was young, I was dumb then. Running wild, low on self-esteem. Girl, you were everything I didn't need. But I think that's probably why we never got that far. Making out in my broke down car. Tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken heart will never fix this. A broken heart will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. A broken heart will never fix. Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken heart will never fix this. A broken heart will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Broken heart will never fix. We never got that far. Making out in my broke down car. Tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken heart will never fix this. A broken heart will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. A broken heart will never fix this. We never got that far. Making out in my broke down car. Tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken heart will never fix this. A broken heart will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. A broken heart will never fix this.
Breathing, it's all alright. Believe it, I'm on your side. Don't you see it here in my eyes? Believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Yeah, what are yours? Living on the run, sitting safe at home, crying out your lungs. Honey, don't you know? Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Anything in the world that could keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Yeah, baby, I'm on your side. I'm on yours. My arms are open wide. Believe it, I'm on your side. When your heart can't see the light, believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Anything in the world that could keep me tight. Say the word, I'll be there, there to
Yeah, I be in my head late at night, just contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully, or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Find a way, with or without your way. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sales. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to
But
say?
I'll find a way, with or without your way. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sales. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way.
Walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I fought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot, 'cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you would
Step
advance.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step by
land.
step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road.
Fumbling on you.
says I'm off her butt all night. So yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels been spinning, I'm going against first in a couple of inches. But yeah, she flooded the engine and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these right loose. She hit like Brewski and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be
Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through.
She know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearn for the limelight. Spend a couple $100 for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take our time, yeah.
Got liquor holding on to my breath, playing back every word that I said. I'm sitting in the dark, reminiscing on the two of us. I didn't think you'd leave, baby, I guess I was just thinking that wasn't my best. We had everything, it was gone before the summer started. Got the memory of a love, filling my lonely nights. Still think about you from time to time. I'm not asking you to come over, just wanna hit your line, baby, one more time. So tomorrow in the morning, can I call you when the sun comes up? Just to hear the way you say my name, it reminds me of what it was. Would you answer? call you when the sun comes up, just to hear the way you say my name. It reminds me of when it was us. Would you answer if I called you? Yeah, I know that it's been a while. So tomorrow, can I call you when the sun comes up? Call you when the sun comes up.
I can feel it going on. Waves of crimson on my cheeks. Is it right or is it wrong? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. Tell me how I'm all you want, everything you ever dreamed. Got me thinking, is this love? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it.
当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
大家好，我是 Polly， 我来自台湾。那现在是位全职牌手，另外我还有在做扑克的 YouTube。那有兴趣的话，可以到我的频道看一下。
我们听说你有一个很有趣的背景，你可以跟大家稍微讲一下吗？
就是我过去曾是一名警察，但是因为就是后来接触到扑克，然后觉得扑克这个游戏就是非常的有趣，然后也有出一些成绩，那就是在今年初的时候就是辞职，然后成为全职牌手。
可以告诉我们说，为什么你决定从事警察这个行业，又是什么原因让你辞去警察这个工作呢？
从事警察这份行业，其实就是高中毕业的时候，其实不太知道未来的方向，就是没有一些特别的兴趣，对，想说就是做这种感觉比较有趣的工作，可以接触到社会上的很多人，对。然后当警察我做了4年，
因为警察跟德州扑克选手，这是两个集距非常大的一件事情。你有没有因为你从警察来到扑克打扑克，遭受什么样子的声音？
当然就是连在我的频道下面，就是会看到一些留言说，就是为什么我不好好当警察，要来打德州扑克？对，但我觉得就是每个人追求不一样吧。我觉得在扑克上比较可以得到一些就自我实现上的认同。如果得到好的成绩，我会觉得很有成就感。那这个成就感是我在警察工作上面比较体会不到的。
那在你当警察跟全职扑克牌手有没有最相近的地方？
最相近的地方嘛，我觉得这2个相差蛮大的，但是我觉得2个工作都需要对自己的要求很高吧。
那你觉得相差最多的地方是什么？
那一定是那个自由度的问题啦，因为扑克牌手大家最知道就是我们过生活比较自由，对，但是相对的也要求自己的自律，无论是就对自己身体的照顾，还是学习大牌上，就是我们需要非常多的自律。对，那以前在公部门上班就比较像被人管着的感觉，对，就是可能需要的特质就不太一样这样。
那再问最后一个问题，当警察你赚比较多钱，还是当职业扑克选手你赚比较多钱？
以期望值来说的话，应该是当职业牌手比较赚钱，但是因为扑克的波动就是很大嘛，对，所以就是我们不会去设定说每个月要赚多少钱，那就是持续精进自己的牌技，然后把牌打好，然后收入就是我们自然会来的东西，这样。
那期许你在扑克选手这条路上有一个光明的前景，祝你好运。
好，谢谢。
The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP, title sponsor, Natural8, valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series here in Taipei, Taiwan. We are covering the final table of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth by my co-commentator, Sam Insall. Good morning, Sam. How are you today?
Good morning, Kyle. I'm doing fantastic. Like you said, this is the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout, a 4-day event featuring 60-minute blind levels to bring us here. We have some notable names, some returning names, some APT regulars in the mix. They are all playing for $240,000 up top. So this is a $3,000 buy-in. Kyle, do you have any predictions, any favorite players that are coming in today? It's the final day.
Well, you know, there is one person in particular who may have dipped out on one of our streams yesterday, and maybe for good reason. I know Kitty Kuo is on the table, and she was supposed to be in our tag team bounty event with her partner Frankie, but unfortunately, she had some bigger fish to fry. She was running deep in the Natural8 Cup and is obviously still in it here on this final table. Of course, one of the fan favorites, one of the crushers on this table, if you will. And, you know, she just might be in a spot to take it down. We'll have to wait and see.
For sure. She is coming in third in chips, so a very healthy stack. I did head out and I saw her close to busting on the bubble yesterday, so quite a big run to come up, and now she's sitting really nice. Third in chips, ready to take this thing down. $243,000 up top. Everybody's locked up $22,000. That's about a $4,000 pay jump from last night. So a little bit of, just over a buy-in, and the pay jump starts to get quite significant now. But we've also got some other big names. Julian Warhurst, did win the single-day high roller over in Fuquoc for $41,000 and APT regular. He's coming in as our shortest stack with about 1.5 million in chips. Blind levels will be 3K, 6K as we do come in. So an average blind level about 36 coming into today.
Yeah, it'll definitely make for just deep enough final table action to be able to expertly maneuver the field as the ICM pressure starts to kick up. And of course, they're all competing for that top prize of just shy of $250,000, 243,000 USD to be exact. And in case you needed a little bit of extra added value to that, of course, you're going to be receiving an APT Championship Main Event ticket worth an extra 10,000 USD. And it's coming up soon. Day 1 is short for that event in just a couple days, and of course our streaming coverage will also be beginning shortly, starting on day 2. So we've got a few more events to get to before we get to that, but we know we've been talking about it all year long. It's coming up right around the corner. We're almost there. I can feel the excitement building for that main event, 10K Freezeout. But before that, we've got this Natural8 Cup final table.
Certainly, and for our streaming schedule, like we said, we are covering the final table today. Right now, we have 22 players outside playing the $25,000 buy-in super high roller championship event. That is a mouthful. So they are going to be playing down to the final day tomorrow, where we'll cover this on the stream. And we've also got our $50,000 Superstar Challenge coming up the day after that. And then, like you said, we are going into the meat and bones, the main event. The $10,000 Freezeout, $5 million guarantee. We'll be covering day 2, 3, 4, and 5 right here. So don't forget to subscribe, hit the like button. And any other players that you find notable?
Yeah. It's definitely been an interesting field. There was our chip leader today. Remind me again.
Rob.
Rob, yes, thank you. Yes, it'd be interesting to see how he plays with that stack. I don't know too much about him personally, if I'm being honest, but I did see his little picture there as the chip leader going into the final table. Looked very excited, took a little media shot for the promotion of the end of day 3. And I'm very curious to see how he navigates this field with that chip lead and that pressure he can put on.
Like you said, Rob is our chip leader coming in. He's also our most experienced player with just over $4 million on his Hendon mob. Second after that is pretty close. Kitty Kuo, $3.3 million on her Hendon mob. So some pretty exciting names. We also have some players with very few results. $15,000 from one of our Koreans. That is Chang Suk Chai with just $17,000 on his Hendon mob. He's coming in 7th in chips with 1.63 million, so pretty close to the bottom. The bottom is Julian Warhurst with 1.5 million. But he did get 21st place in the Mystery Bounty Championship just 4 days ago, only for $2,500, but still, it's a final 3 table run in a championship event. Those are some very, very large fields.
Yes, of course, we have a Japanese player in the mixes too, Hajime Watanabe. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. I noticed he's already had a couple caches this series, so looking to add to that. Definitely off to a good start, and this series alone is this event alone, they've already locked up a minimum of 22,000, and I believe Hajime's best cache to date was 24,000, if I stand corrected. So he's already in line with topping up his best cache ever and possibly breaking that record immediately. And that cache too was actually this series, I believe. I believe he finished 2nd in the Mystery Bounty High Roller single day event. And, it's very funny, Sam. I find myself tripping over some of these titles. We have over 200 events in this series that we've had to start to specify the names a little bit more and just to differentiate between some of these events because there's so many to choose from. Normally you'd come to a series like this and be like, oh, okay, are you playing the high roller event? Because there's 2. You gotta, okay, it's that one or this one, maybe just one. And you come here and it's like every day there's another high roller event going on. And it's even, they start to pale in comparison. You have something like the Superstar Challenge that is $50,000 buy-in. And I start going, is the high roller even high roller for this series anymore? It kind of sounds like just a recreational like little turbo game at night these days. But it's certainly all over the place. Something for everybody in this series. Buy-ins that range from 100 USD all the way up to 50,000. Literally for everybody.
Yeah, and if you can't afford the $10,000 main event, right, it's quite a hefty purchase. We still do have step satellites. I think there's like step 0 running right now over by media tables. We have a few friends running into that. So, you know, try your luck. Maybe you can just jump into a 10K at the end of the day, and, you know, we're going to be multiple six figures in payouts on that final table. $5 million guarantee. We could potentially eclipse a 7-figure score for the first place. But back to this final table, we do have some other notable players. Christopher Mateo is second in chips with 3.4 million coming into this table, not far behind Kitty Kuo. He is a longtime player from the Philippines with $1.2 million on his hand and mob. He's been playing poker, as we can see from his live results, since 2015. You know, that's quite an impressive resume. And then also we have John Peter Rounce Su from New Zealand, who's coming in 5th in chips, $1.94 million, $570,000 on his hand and mob. And he is another player with a large score just 4 days ago. This time in the PLO Championship, taking it down for, I believe, 2nd or 1st place.
It was 3rd place in the PLO Championship, but it was still a whopping 29,000 USD, just shy of 30 grand for that. And, you know, that's not something to complain about, a score like that. But, of course, at this final table, you could surpass that very quickly. It would not take very long, as, you know, I've said the min cash is already 22,000. But to surpass that 30K mark, all you have to do is finish in 7th place. That value is already going to be nearly $40,000 just for a 7th place finish. Break that record of that recent finish, and then, of course, up top, you know, we start getting into the 6 figures for our top 3. That's when we're going to get that 100 grand, a little bit more, 109,000 for 3rd place once we get there.
That's huge. You know, this is a $3,000 buy-in event. There's no bounties or anything either, so, like, to get to 3rd place and get a 6-figure score is just something crazy.
As we mentioned there, of course, there is our event schedule coming up. We have already gotten through a few of these days. We are now on the 22nd for the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout. That is what you are watching right now. But tomorrow, we will have the Super High Roller Championship final day, followed by the Superstar Championship the day after that. That's that $50,000 buy-in. You know that's going to be a massive one, even if the field is not. And then, of course, we get into the main event coverage. That is where all the anticipation we've been talking about all year long begins, from the 25th to the 28th. 10K freeze out, no rebuys, $5 million guaranteed prize pool with the chance of a whopping 1st place payout, and then the last 2 days of the series, the High Roller Championship final day and the Mini High Roller Championship. 2 high rollers to close out the series as opposed to 1. It's going to be an exciting series and a bit of a marathon. So much to go. Normally the series in the stream days would be shorter than that, but we've got the action built up for you. Here you go on your screen now is the payouts, both in Taiwanese dollars and USD. 22 grand for a min cash for 9th, and just shy of $250,000 for 1st place. Once you throw in that tournament ticket in there, it is definitely surpassing $250,000 in value to take down this tournament from just a $3,000 buy-in. Now, that might not sound like a cheap amount to most of you, but I think when you start putting into play $250,000 of value up top, 3,000 doesn't sound like a whole lot to get that anymore.
No kidding. And here we have it, 490 entries. Like you said, $3,000. Big chunk of change to buy into this event. The average stack coming in is 2.2 million. So average big blinds right now is 44, but we are right on the precipice of a blind jump. So it will jump down to about 36 big blinds very shortly into maybe hand number 2 or 3 of today. Currently down to our final 9 players on our final table, $1.27 million in the prize pool, with about 20% of that going to 1st place.
Absolutely massive. Did smash that guarantee, as you're saying. And there's our first look at the final table of this Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout. They're just getting all set up here. Everyone has their chips unbagged. The dealer, Zoe, ready to go. And here's a look at our players. Seat 1, Jim, Watabe,
You know, he had a great series in Jeju. He had a 3rd, a 10th, and a 2nd place finish in high rollers. Good for a combined score of nearly $60,000. He was also a 2nd place single day high roller finisher for $24,000 4 days ago, alongside John Peter Rounds, who also had a large score of $30K 4 days ago. So 2 of these players coming in with 5-figure scores, you know, within the week.
And we did see Kitty Kuo there, and of course, Woo Hyun Sik Yoon, the South Korean. Coming in the middle of the pack. Julian Warhurst, seat 4. That is our short stack of the day. 1.2 million in chips.
Yeah, he was the one who took down the single day high roller in Fukuoka for 41,000. Backwards to Chang Suk Chai. He is our least experienced player at the table, but don't count him out. He's still got 7th in chips, good for 1.63 million. $17,000 on his Hendon mob, so this score alone, even if he busted in 9th, would still be bigger than his entire Hendon mob.
Of course, you see Chris Mateo there on the screen, the pro from the Philippines, coming in 2nd in chips, very close to 1st in chips. That was also Adrian Sorelstad, coming in again, middle of the pack, about 2 million in chips.
Yeah, he's got about 2.2 million on his Hendon mob, and it looks like this is his first ever APT. And, you know, when I take a look around the room, it looks like a lot of players' first time here at the APT. We do have, obviously, some returning faces. Some players who've maybe played here 1 or 2 times, but have definitely made the trip out. Some very big names. I hope to see some of these guys on our stream in the days to come.
Yeah, we saw Rob and JP here, the last couple seats in the tournament. Of course, Rob, previously on the screen, is our chip leader from the Netherlands, boasting over 4 million in live caches. It's going to be good for a top 10 player in the Netherlands. Has had some serious paydays in his career, including one that was $845,000.
You know, he's having an incredible APT Championship already. This is his 4th final table appearance at the APT Championship. He's had a 4th place finish, a 6th place, a 5th place, and a 1st place finish in a turbo high roller for $14,000. Let's see if he can continue this run. I mean, 4 final tables already. It's been a week and a bit.
Right?
That's incredible. But here we are, off to hand number 1 of play. King, Queen suited for Adrian. We'll open it up in the +1 position. Ace deuce off for Chang. Not that enticing on a final table. You know, ICM starts to play in, and this hand sort of makes a better bluff than it does a call. But tough to fold an ace in the big blind. Off to our first flop of the day, 10-8-5 Rainbow. The ace deuce still in the lead, up to 74% equity. Gonna be tough to hang on.
As mentioned, Chung Seung Chai is the player with the least amount of, at least recorded Hendon mob experience on this table. Total live earnings sitting just at 17,000. This min cash is already going to more than double their total lifetime results. Their previous best finish was a $4,700 cash. And that was also this year in South Korea. 4th place finish. No podium finishes for the Korean. Could this be one of them? It's certainly going to be a record-breaking one monetarily. And as previously mentioned, we saw there in seat 2, Kitty Kuo was not available for the tag team event because she was in this event. And I think that was an EV positive decision given this final table appearance.
I know she was speaking to Frankie, saying, oh, it's okay, when I bust, I'll come play the tag team bounties with you. He goes, I don't even want to hear that.
Yeah.
You play your tournament, don't worry about the tag team bounties.
Yeah, you can put that vibe in the air when you're in the middle of a deep run, you know?
Kitty's always like that. She doesn't care.
Yeah. probably better to be less superstitious in poker. Mess with your head.
Yeah.
Chung Seung Chai with the pocket fours in the small blind. Facing early position aggression. Cutoff call. Decides that fours are going to be good enough to come along for the ride as well. Teo gets out of the way quick, and we go 3 ways to the flop. JP and the 2 Koreans. King 7-8, 2 clubs.
4 still in the lead. No connection for anyone else.
JP with the betting lead. Couple of backdoor draws. Does he have any desire to fire on this flop? Certainly thinking about it. Looks like he grabbed some chips. There it is. Just shy of 3 big blinds, 165K. Gets the job done with ace high.
2 pots heading his way.
Yeah, of course, JP, the Australian poker player with a lot of good results. 1 cash so far this series at the APT Championship Series. Finished 3rd place in the PLO, as we mentioned earlier. Looking to break this current series record with a 7th place finish or better. And I mean, given the nature of the buy-ins in this series, if you're planning to play some of those bigger events, you know, you can always ask for a bit more in the terms of cashes. Just 1 superstar buy-in could find you in the hole again if you indulge in such a high-stakes buy-in level of tournament poker.
For sure, and thank you so much for all of you joining us in our YouTube, our Twitch, and our Facebook. Love to have you. Welcome back, Justin. Hello, JJ. Hello to the rest of you. Hello, Kiwi. Glad to have you, folks. And John Peter rounds 3 hands in a row heading his way.
I believe this is also the first stream we've had Justin on for this series. Welcome back.
TMT asking us, going to be another APT Fukuok. Nothing planned for next year, but not counting it out in future years. We've got 2 Taipei stops as well as 3 Korea next year. 2 Jeju, 1 Incheon. And of course our championship event back here in Kitty Quo. Ace-10 off, will release, +2. Got some chip leaders behind her.
Adrian with Queen 10 in the small blind. Complete. Rob checks the 10-8 suited. We get some blind on blind action here.
It's a good spot for Kitty to not be too aggressive. 2nd in chips on the button, chip leader in the big blind. Pretty rough spot for Kitty. Queen 10 flops a gut shot. Robert got a really nice wrap around the 9 of spades. 10 and 8 working for him. Wow, 120K bet. Oh, that's only 2 big blinds. We're already at.
Yeah. We're a little bit used to the Natural8 streams at this point. We're adjusting into these final tables here.
Too soon to fold. The Queen 10, Adrian will continue. Pot up over 400,000. Head to the turn, big brick, the deuce of hearts. Introduces some backdoor flush draws. However, neither player with 2 hearts in their hand. Quick check to the river. The 6 of diamonds rolls off. Does Adrian want to bluff, or is queen 10 high enough showdown value? Check, check. Adrian will take that one down.
Justin in chat letting us know that Rob is a big old school player, won the 2004 APT title, the first year of the tour. And he kind of has that look to him on this table. He looks like he's been around for a minute, hardened by the game, dialed in. And I mean, the final table appearances in this series alone just add to that credibility.
With 2 small losses, Rob will be down to second in chips. Still neck and neck.
Yeah, even our shorter stack, Julian Warhurst, still above $1 million in chips. That's good for at least 20 big blinds. Not a final table that is absolutely plenty to play with. Of course, 1 hour blind levels help as well. No rush needed. If you're new to these APT streams, we have been doing a lot of those online to final table Natural8 events up until this point. They're a little bit more fun, a little bit more turbo structured. We now get a little bit into the meat of the event. Deeper structures, more poker to be played. And Rob with the ace-queen in the small blind.
It sort of looks like he's on the button there. Just the blues hanging out there, like a little. I'm guessing not.
Yeah. You might be right. It looked like she grabbed big chips.
There we go. So he was the swell blind.
Okay.
Just wonder what those blues were doing.
Oh yes, that was just the ante she grabbed, but yes. There we go. Few hands moving around, but nothing changing too much in terms of table dynamic in this first orbit. Almost everyone at the table with a good amount of experience knows that final tables are more navigated with finesse.
It must be quite nerve-wracking to just wake up, head straight in, and you're playing for tens of thousands of dollars right away. When you sit down at a cash table, it usually takes you a couple orbits to just sit there and get warmed up. Imagine like the nerves coming in, getting a big hand on the very first go, and just having to deal with that right away, right up in the morning.
I can't say I have. I can imagine it a little bit, but I might be dreaming, if I'm being honest.
A 7 deuce will hit the muck for Hajime. He's got a good picture there on the left. So yeah, the pay jumps nearly 2 buy-ins right off the bat, just shy about $200. And then from there, 4 buy-ins, around 4 again, and it just goes up and up and up. The heads-up match will be for $90,000, so 30 buy-ins. If you include the APT Championship ticket, another 3, so huge heads-up match. We did see quite a big one yesterday, the tag team bounties, an 8K heads-up match, but pales in comparison to our larger championship events. And I hope we do get 2 sickos that don't want to deal on the on our main event. But of course, APT always happy to accommodate the players. Julian Warhurst folding the 7s, disciplined fold in early position.
Sam, it's interesting that you say these pay jumps in terms of buy-ins. Yesterday, we had the Thai exclusive at night. That was a $35 buy-in tournament, and the jump from second place to first place was about $8 grand in a $35 buy-in tournament.
Wow.
Because of that APT main event ticket. And you know, you talked about terms of buy-ins. What is that, like 200 something buy-ins? I want to say approximately in pay jump. A little bit more.
I'm not sure I'll do the math on that right now. It's too early for us.
More than 200, but it's it's absolutely astonishing. So yes, of course, in terms of the sheer numbers and the value of the money, this is a lot bigger. But for a $35 buy-in, that was very exciting and intense when it got there. I mean, even the tag team event was intense as well when it got there. Just that value of that ticket. But here we go to a flop. Chung Seong Chai with the premium +2. Maybe one of those players who has not been on a final table like this very often, maybe ever, according to Hendon Mob. Could be feeling the pressure of seeing a premium this early in the game. First orbit.
An 80K bet will be met with resistance as Kitty Quo has flopped herself middle pair. Makes the call. This pot up to 500,000. 2 SPR heading to the turn. It's a 10 of clubs, so now gut shot straight jaw working for Chang.
Good spot to double barrel. Hops against it.
And trips for Kitty. So Chang's hand looks a lot like something like 9s through 7s. A lot of ace highs, perhaps an ace 10, 10-9. So quite a weak range, and Kitty's just going to attack that weak range. Moves all in, just over 2x pot. Really nice play from Kitty. You know, Chang is capped at a 1-pair hand, maybe some traps, but it's pretty tough to trap a hand like pocket jacks, pocket 10s. Yeah. Kitty Quo will take that one down.
Yeah, especially with no barrel on the turn.
Yeah, that's the part that capped him.
Yeah.
Turn was the inflection point of the hand. But yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Justin, saying we need some more Manila or Fukuok back. It would be nice. Hopefully get some Japan or Thailand coming into the mix.
Oh, Japan would be beautiful.
Yeah. I know they just approved a casino maybe a year ago. Approved plans for it, so hopefully.
Amazing. So it's it seems to be maybe on the horizon. No promises, but.
Another comment Justin made was if Kitty wins, this week is going to be up there for a top week for women in poker of all time, and I'd have to agree, our first 2 championship events going to ladies. We are playing the women's championship event today. It's an $1,155 buy-in event.
It's the second day of that event, is it not? Or is it the first day? The women's event?
Let's take a look.
Because I know we have a lot of women's events here, but I thought it was the championship one. That
yeah, it would be the second day.
Second day, yeah, because I'm pretty sure Elfin said she bagged that last night. I saw her.
Take a look at live seating. Yep, Elfin is in. She is over on table 102. Final 43 ladies out of 119.
Wow.
Folks, we had 119 entries for an over 1K USD buy-in for a women's event here in Asia. I don't think you'll see that anywhere else in the world. That's incredible.
You gotta love to see the game grow like that. Just turn poker into this inclusive space. And
3 aces for our players. No one hitting. Ace-queen in the lead for Hajime. Did have the option to jam. Played a little bit conservatively pre-flop.
just flatting versus Mateo's +2 open. We'll fire in position. And it will work. shy of 30 big blinds now for Shimei Watanabe. Clawing his way up into one of those middling stack positions.
There we can see the super high roll in the background. Got Roman Hrabek. Looks like Danny Tang just sat down. First orbit of play, we did see an all-in already. No call, however. Ah, thank you, Justin. Julian struggling to find a hand to play. Only really had sevens, but in early positions, not a great hand on a final table as the shortest stack.
Still lots of room to maneuver that stack depth as well. Big blind ante will slowly get you, but full ring, 9-handed. Not going to be playing the blinds that often. Full 1 hour levels. Lots of time to wait for a better spot. Kitty finding some aggression in late position. 8-9 off.
Decent spot for Julian to put in a small 3-bet. Ace blocker's nice, the 5 is nice, unblocking Kitty's auto folds the offsuit region. You had to think about it for a bit. Kitty is a little bit unpredictable though. Could just 4-bet rip 9-8 off. Chips have not really been moving too much. Everyone still relatively in the same place they started with.
Still early in this final table. Aside from Kitty, nobody really taking any super aggressive stances in these first 11 hands.
So that Step Zero satellite I was talking about earlier is a 90 USD buy-in. You could start with $90 on Step Zero, climb your way up to a 10K buy-in event, climb your way up to a final table and play for hundreds of thousands of dollars off a $90 buy-in. How cool is that? Registration closes in 20 minutes. So get on down there if you want to play the Step Zero Hyper Satellite.
Big flop here. Yun with the nuts. Chris Mateo defending. Bottom pair. Does have the backdoor clubs. One street of value in the books for Yun. Brick River might kill the action.
Turn card. 300K is the bet on the turn. 9-7 cannot continue.
Glad to see almost 200 of you watching already early into the stream. Just the first couple orbits. Of course, the more money involved, the more interesting these streams become. JP Su with a pretty looking 9-10 of hearts in early position. Getting it through so far, but pocket tens. The rookie on the button. One of our shorter stacks.
Sitting there with, looks like 16 and a bit blinds. Could do some inducing, like a 3-bet up to 4 blinds. Could also just jam.
Is all in from Chang Seok Chai. Gets it through. The man with only 17K on his headed mob picks up a pot. 1.3 million over 20 big blinds.
And don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. It helps out a lot tomorrow. We are covering the Super High Roller Championship final day. We've got some very, very big names. Just reading through, Kiat Lee, Triton regular, same as Vincent Huang. Has also played a bit of APT. Tobias Schwett is a Mega Lion winner or runner-up. I can't remember with all these guys. He is still in the mix. Roman Hrabek had a great run just in Jeju a few months ago. Poseidon Ho as well. Paulius Plazinatis, another emerging regular. Mikael Anderson is also playing in the 25K. Michael Adamo has actually made it out for our APT Championship event. He is also in the mix. Manuel Fritz, Lester Edok, Joseph Cheong. So many names. Fabian Gums, Bao Ding, Alexander Weiss. A ton of big names. Hoping to see a bunch of them on our live stream table tomorrow. So don't forget to subscribe, folks. Back to the hand, Christopher Mateo, 3 deuce offsuit on the button. We'll open it up. Robertus defends the 8-5 deuce and is outflopped. Bottom pair connecting for Christopher Mateo. Does have some interaction with the queen 4 of clubs. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw. He's going to lead out for 75,000. Just assuming Christopher is not opening offsuit 8x. As we can see, he is opening much wider than that. And a very small raise in position from Christopher Mateo. Robertus. Out of position float with just queen high. 10 of diamonds on the turn, no help for Rob. Christopher not done firing. Trying to fold out a 5 or an 8. 275,000 is the bet. Will do the job. Surprised to see him open 3 deuce off on the button.
The big stacks came to play. Both players over 3 million in chips leading this table. Kitty Quo not far behind. All 3 of them with over 50 big blinds. Mateo with a couple of cashes here at the championship series. Both fairly small ones, just 4 figures. This cash will already surpass them tremendously. Teo did have a 6-figure score in Cambodia last year. Could surpass that this year in this tournament exactly.
Ace Queen offsuit for Bawu from Korea. Good enough for a raise in middle position. Christopher Mateo with the chip lead could consider flatting the Jack-9 suited in position.
I think if he came to play 3 deuce.
Oh, he's choosing aggression.
Oh. I like it.
May get shoved on.
Bawu, the American living in Seoul. Nearly 300K.
You know, ace queen off 30 blinds against a very aggressive chip leader. Does decide to continue, however, just a call. Heads up to a flop. Jack, Jack, deuce with 2 diamonds. Christopher Mateo will be extending his chip lead this hand, barring some very specific runouts. Oh, it's a tiny bet, 150K, 1/5 pot.
Makes the call. We go to the turn. 7 of clubs. Now drawing dead to Mateo's trip jacks. Can Mateo get more value out of ace high? Would be ahead of diamond draws that they unblock. Pot is getting big fast. And Yun decides to stay away from the heat. Correctly folds to Mateo. Mateo, I think, says 8-9 is his hand.
I didn't hear it.
I think Bawu asked if he had a specific hand, didn't quite hear what he said, and Mateo said no, 8-9. Bawu with a 3rd place finish in Taipei earlier this year, the APT event, the single day high roller. That was good for 27,000. $27,000 is what you would get for finishing in 8th place on this final table.
Another early position raise, ace-jack. Robertus, the same hand in position. He's gonna make the call. Going heads up, both players with the same hand. Generally, the more aggressive player will win this. 9-8-3 rainbow. Both players turning a gut shot on the 7 of hearts. Check, check to the river. King of hearts. Does anyone want to bluff at this? Well, we could bet here. Get a hand like 6s to fold. Now check, check. They're going to chop it up.
Almost disappointment in Rob's eyes. Wanted the whole thing. Teo and Rob swapping the chip lead a few times in this feature table. Teo pulling a little bit further ahead now. Nearly 4 million in chips. Bawu with the pocket aces under the gun. Let's see if Bawu can get any action. So far nothing. Folds over to Rob. Does look down at ace-jack. Is facing an under the gun open. Opts the flat in position. Ooh, going to get a bit of action. Absolutely crushing ace-jack at the moment. Go to the flop 3-4-4. 2 hearts on board. That's a couple of backdoor draws for Rob Holink. Bawu with no continuation bet on this low board. Does face a quick bet from Rob. Let's check raise the plan. Looks like it. Bumps it up to 225,000.
Love this play. Gonna get some really nice value from all the pocket pairs, 5s through, up to whatever Rob is flatting. Get that chunky value before a 10 rolls off and makes him a little bit cautious. It's cheap. Rob's got a backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw.
away from it. Bawu gets the flat pre. Also picks up value on that flop by checking.
So our Super High Roller Championship just flew up in numbers with a ton of people late regging. It was open for one level beginning of the day, so now we're up to 78 entries.
Oh, wow.
And if you register right now, you've still got...
That one is 25K buy-in, correct?
That is the $25,000 buy-in.
That's a lot of people.
You've still got like 25 blinds right now. It would have been a little higher on the last level. So your max late regging was something like 30 blinds. Yeah, just a massive amount of max late regging. I came in early today, checked out the list, and I was like, oh, wow, there's very few pros in the field, but a lot of them have jumped back in now. Yeah, Linsky jumped back in. Calvin Lee, Dominic Nietzsche, Eric Seidel.
And suddenly the field
Mike Ladamo. Yeah.
Chris once again.
There's Samuel Muller, jump back in.
JP opening pocket fours in the cutoff. Kitty Kuo with a hand that loves aggression. Ace King in the small blind.
She might get jammed on.
It's the solid 3-bet.
Kitty Kuo, notoriously aggressive. Low pocket pairs, happy to just jam. You can even fold out a hand like ace-5 off that has 50% against you. This is cutoff versus small blind. Ops for the flat. This pot up over 1 million already. Six, 6, 3. Kitty still in lead. Backdoor flush draw to boot.
A rare board that does not feature counterfeit outs for JP at the moment.
I think we're going to see a very small raise. Just a flat. 1 SPR heading to the turn. Picks up a gut shot straight draw. Uncomfortable spot for Kitty now, just left with ace king high. Doesn't seem uncomfortable with it. A very quick bet of 450,000. John, quite an accomplished player. 570,000 on his hand and mob. Now gonna have to figure this one out. Wow, this is a fast hand. 2.4 million in the middle. Did have a $30,000 score just 4 days ago in a PLO championship. Looking to eclipse that today.
I believe this pot might now just be big enough to bring a new chip leader to this table, no matter who takes it down.
Now with 900K behind, what does Kitty want to do with her ace high?
Still uncapped, but
ace diamond is not
so
great.
Small.
Just gonna give it up. You're just gonna be quite surprised to see pocket fours and a huge pot heading over to John's way. 3.3 million in his stack now.
That's good enough for second place. There you have it. Just 500,000 behind our chip leader, Christopher Mateo. JP Su taking a strong stand with pocket fours on this final table.
Who was you're talking about, Justin? That with the hand and mob lower than 25K. Oh yeah, Steve O'Dwyer's also in there. I heard Leon Sturm was swinging by, but I don't see him just yet. Rob getting in the mix. Middle position, king, queen offsuit. Good for a raise. Hikaru Hishinuma. That sounds Japanese, so maybe he's got some missing hand and mob entries. Japanese, 119,000 on his hand and mob. I'm assuming he's won a bunch here. Wow, second place finish in the single day high roller on the 16th of November for $70,000. 2 days later, gets first place for $35,000 in the single day high roller mystery bounty. And now he's in the 25K. Good luck to you, Hikaru. But back to the hand, what a flop for Rob. King, queen, top pair, second kicker, second nut flush draw. Julian just can't catch a break, is chipping down 875K, half his stack gone since he began today. Oh, sorry, Justin.
Julian still prevailing, did come in as our short stack. Couple orbits in to this final table. With an ace in the cutoff. Under 30 bigs. Keeps the foot on the gas. Back up to 1.9 million in chips. Kitty trying to climb her way to that 4 million lifetimes earnings mark. We'll get very close to it if she could secure a victory in this final table. Starting to wake up with premiums. Ace King for Adrian. Gets it through so far. Adrian with an $80,000 cash this summer. Karenya. Finished 5th place in a high roller event. Adrian taking down the PokerStars Open main event in Italy earlier this year for nearly 400,000. Massive, massive score. awaiting the first elimination of the day. It is nearly a $6,000 pay jump. 2 buy-ins up for grabs if you can hold out for 1 bust out. Pocket jacks for Chung. Chung Suk-che opens on the button. Suited 1 gapper for Mateo in the small blind.
Another decent spot to get involved as the chip leader. It's not a call, don't worry. Always choosing aggression. I think I prefer to go a bit more polarized. You can flat a lot of hands profitably as the chip leader. And I think doing this, you're getting jammed on too often, and you'd rather raise fold a hand like ace-3 off than 8-6 suited. There's the jam. Very nice pickup, Chang. Adds 50% to his stack without showdown.
This is the last chance to get into super high roller championships. 250,000 for starting chips. 777,000 Taiwan dollars buying in. And the ultimate is in the super high roller championship. Please do chip raise for 500 million.
John, potentially another playable hand. Finds the open.
Adrian looks like he wants to get up to some naughty business. Ace-7 offsuit facing a late position open. Did see his neighbor try it unsuccessfully the hand before. Thinks better of it.
Rob decides he wants to get involved. Defends King 8, and we go heads up to the flop. Queen, Queen 8. Trips for Chung Suk-che, but Rob Holink flops a pair of 8s. Cut off versus big blind. 1.4 million behind. One-third pot bet from Chung.
There's a call from Rob. $500,000 out there. Rob nearly drawing dead. Six of diamonds, big brick on the turn. Some hands improved to a gut shot or open ender, but overall, very nice card. With the jack of spades, could consider trapping from time to time. However, they are 2.5 SPR, so it will be tough to get all the money in. $380,000, really sizing up on the turn. suspicious bet. Holding an 8. Got good removal. Blocking king, queen off as well. Chang's value range so narrow, just trips. Rob figures it out. Nice fold. 2 nice back-to-back pickups for Chang will bring him up, doubling his stack essentially.
Very comfortable 31 big blinds, 1.8 million in chips. Came into the day with 1.6 million. Despite some ups and downs, finds himself ahead. Bit of an underdog story at this final table. The underdog always has a soft spot in my heart in these vicious fields. And it's a 3K buy-in. It's not too uncommon to see people with smaller results on these final tables. Adrian opening king jack off on the button.
Oh, could see some aggression. The classic button versus big blind, a 3-bet bluff hand. Just a call. Nobody getting out of line today. Ace-7 deuce, all spades. What a flop for John. Lowest flush draw possible, but top pair. Not a great board for Adrian. Nice check, deuce of hearts on the turn.
JP finds another check.
Complete your hand drawings. We're having a 15-minute break. 15-minute break for milestone. During this break, we're having a 100 chip raise.
Adrian now gonna take a stab at it. 125K. JP with the quick call.
Three of clubs on the river. Sean now beating all the higher ace-X. Check, check. We'll see John Peter add another 275,000 to his growing stack. I think he just took the chip lead away from Christopher Mateo. 3 players at our table have now had the chip lead at one point or another.
Rob and Mateo started the day a bit closer together, but JP finding his spots, getting in the mix. It was a middling stack under 2 million. Queen suited for our new chip leader in the small blind. Ace-6 for Hajime Watanabe. Facing a raise from the small blind. Looks like he's grabbing raising chips, maybe just counting out a stack. Finds a call. Go to the flop, 9-7-5, two-tone. There's a gut shot for Watanabe. Is also ahead with ace high. Checks through the turn. Both players now have a gut shot. After the turn checks through, JP will collect the check mark with a king on the river. Top pair. No action post flop. I think he can get value. Going to try. Down the pot nonetheless. Adding to that chip lead, just shy of 4 million in chips. Stacks start to spread out. Julian Warhurst under 15 bigs.
See what size Rob goes with. 500,000. 6.3 blinds. Quick fold, Mateo. Does show the
shows. Wow. Not too common on a final table. Show your 3-bet hands like that. Rob strikes me a bit as the guy is like, I don't care, look at my hand if you want to. I'm gonna outplay you anyways.
Folded round to the cutoff. John with a chip lead, 10-9 offsuit. Qualifies as an open. Easy pickup. Up to 4 million, our first 4 million stack in this tournament.
So of course, thank you for all who tune in to our events, and also thank you from our sponsors, Natural8. We do have those free rolls going on. Today's password is GoAPT25.
The O is lowercase.
Yes. You want a free shot at a $150 prize pool? All it costs you is being a fan.
John really putting that big stack to work. Ace-6 offsuit in the hijack. Queen-10 suited for Pao, only on 20 blinds. Potential shove candidate. Decides against it. John now up to 52 big blinds.
And Julian Warhurst with the blinds at 40K, 80K, sitting under 10 bigs. Is at risk to be the first one eliminated on this final table. Second shortest stack is Watanabe. They still have 1.3 million. Good for about 16 big blinds.
Christopher Mateo picking up the ladies under the gun. Incoming raise to 160K. John with an ace-8 of hearts in middle position and the chip lead. All three options on the table. Decides the most passive one will just fold.
Action so far for Mateo, just one hand left. Chang Suk Chae versus the end of the gun open. Imagine they find a defend here.
I think it's a little loose versus under the gun. Yeah, just lets it go. Observes the stack.
So I know Sophia Lovegren-Fulmer was the winner of the Mystery Bounty Championship Lion. I guess we'll call them a little different from our regular Mega Lions. And I believe Justin was saying we had another woman win Championship Lion this series.
Yeah, I believe that was the first one.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah, our first two Championship Lions went out to women. We got some hands here. Rob picking up the king 8 of hearts. We'll open up an early position. John makes the call. Kitty wisely getting out of the way with the ace jack off, and now 10-9 suited. Bawu in the cutoff. Very playable hands. Having to fold facing this action. Four, 3 suited. More than half the table had a playable hand. Due to the action, most likely we'll only see 3 players. 3 ways to a flop. 600K already out there.
3 of our biggest stacks at the table. Rob Holink, the chip leader to start the day, is the shortest stack of the 3. Flop second pair, the pair of 8s. Flush draw for Chris Mateo.
Backdoors 2 overs for John.
Decides that's enough to fire multi-way.
For just a call. Interesting decision between call and raise. It comes down to, is John going to fold a hand like 9s or 7s? Rob now. Tricky spot, middle pair. Pretty wet board, not many good turns for you. Does have the best hand, but extremely tough to continue facing this action. Does just let it go.
Yeah, you open +1 and you've already got a bet and a call on this flop.
Picking up a gut shot straight draw for Christopher. Check, check to the river. 1 mil out there. We see the 5 of hearts. Christopher improving to a straight. Second nuts.
Lots of missed club draws out there.
Very small block bet from Christopher. Gets instantly looked up. And with that, Christopher Mateo regains the chip lead up to 4.2 million in chips.
Doesn't always take big bets at a final table to climb your way up. Multi-way pot, a couple streets of value. We're playing musical chairs with the chip lead for our top 3 chip stacks. Kitty Kuo was heavily in that mix before the ace-king hand. Still doing all right with 1.7 million in chips. Pocket 10s for Bawu. Going to run into pocket queens on the button from the fellow Korean. There's the 3-bet, 430,000. Ooh, with less than 20 big blinds. Hijack versus button. Could potentially go all in here. Changsuk Che with the least Hendon Mob experience on this table. I'm sure all the players were looking that up before today's final table. Maybe taking that into consideration. When you look at someone with less experience, do you question, do they ever 3-bet bluff enough? Do they 3-bet light enough in these positions? But pocket 10's so strong. Going to use a couple time banks. Bawu making a massive fold with pocket 10s. Hijack versus button.
How does he not just zip that in?
I thought he was, yeah, wow. I did not see the fold coming. You know, I was just mentioning that Changsuk Che did have the least amount of experience on Hendon Mob. I'm sure every player is, you know, researching their opponents before this final table. And when you see someone with less experience, do you think that they just don't have enough 3-bet bluffs in this position? They don't have a wide enough 3-bet range, even in late position? You know, and when you factor those things in, do you just think you're beat too often there with 10s? I mean, it's such a strong hand, but that's a massive exploitative fold, and as we can see on the screen, it was a correct one.
Maybe he just thinks because it's the button that can flat a couple hands.
Sure.
So maybe he's like disincentivized to 3-bet some of those like ace-6 suited and would rather just flat those on the button. 20 blinds, it's tough. Heads up, big blind versus under the gun, ace-9-5 monotone. Not a great board for under the gun, really lacking in flushes compared to the big blind. Won't be deterred. Quick pickup for John.
Julian Warhurst sitting at the bottom of the pack.
Really has not been involved, has he?
No, not too much. I think 1 or 2 small hands post-flop, but got away from them quickly. Didn't lose too much of a stack. Still technically has more than half of what he started with today. Not by much, but given that you're paying a big blind ante every orbit and you've lost a couple hands, it's just happy to still be here. Chip in a chair, and every ladder up when you're that short is massive. And with these premiums being handed out, it's not impossible for him to see some action in his surroundings. But if people are going to be making crazy folds with 10s, then maybe he won't have the time to outlast the blinds.
See another heads up pot. Ace King versus 9-5. Got shot for the Ace King. 2 overs.
5 does have a few back doors, but versus +2, just 1.3 million in chips behind.
Could potentially get check raised with this small bet.
Do have a massive stack. Could find some more aggressive spots, put on the pressure. But elects not to in this case specifically. Everyone at this final table playing with a lot of control. Even Chung Suk, the player with only 17,000 in hand-to-mob earnings. Even though they're not finding any sort of crazy exploitative bluffs at the moment, still find it's pretty... The game is pretty on point.
That would have been a nice hand to look down at on the button for Julian. However, in +2, pretty unplayable, despite his short stack.
Adrian with 6s in the cutoff. Imagine he's getting involved. 160 in the middle. Rob waking up and deciding violence. 3-betting King-8 suited and bad timing. JP, that massive 3.6 million chip stack, wakes up with pocket queens in the small blind.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. You're 40 effective with queens. Facing a bet and a raise. They are coming from late position. I mean, you're really not looking at 40 blinds in when there are some short stacks on the table and you two are this deep with queens. Just jams.
Can't imagine Rob ever calls this off.
I think he's just trying to preserve his image.
Nearly a 1 million chip pot pre-flop. 170,000 added to JP's stack. Will be good enough for the chip lead. Once again, 2 players over that 4 million chip mark. Chris Mateo and JP Su.
Fair point, Justin. He is a PLO player. Braces the variance. Ace queen for Chung. 25 big blinds, middle position.
base stack starting to get smaller. Just paid the blinds. Haven't had many opportunities for action.
Oh, surprised to see that from Kitty. Jack 7 suited, hits the muck. Really aware of the shorter stacks. 2 to her left and to her right.
Find if you're going to be an aggressive player, it does pair well with conservative moves. Chunks just lets go of the King Jack in early position. Another one of those middling stacks. JP finding the open. 8-3 suited in the cutoff. Using that chip leader power to put on the pressure. Knows the short stack Julian is out of the hand. Everyone behind him going to have to pay attention to those dynamics. Of course, not too hard of a decision when those hands show up. But to pick up a pot with 8-3, it's certainly going to be a profitable venture. Awaiting our first bust out, nearly an hour and a half into this final table. Adrian going to open up ace-jack from +2. Just sitting on 20 bigs himself.
Could have potentially flatted the deuces on his stack. Maybe worried about the rejams from behind. Speaking of, pocket nines could take a spot. It is against a mid to early position open. Flatting also pretty reasonable. Looking like he wants to play a conservative style.
Julian with already a stack-sized pot in the middle. Looks like King Jack versus the +2 open, small blind flat. Can't love your hand strength in this spot, but getting amazing pot odds to just throw a chip in. Less than 1 SPR for Julian. Go to the flop 6-3-3 rainbow. Pocket nines ahead for Bawu.
Checks through. Off to the turn. Can 9 stay an overpair? They can on the 8 of spades. Bao's got to start feeling quite good about his hand. A lot of overcards to protect from. $175K. Jack of Spades, a really bad card for Adrian. Consider floating here. You know, Bao's going to flat suited broadways, a lot of pocket pairs. You're blocking Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited for potential bluffs. Just does let it go.
And with that pot, Julian falls down to 5 big blinds. Did just pay the big blind ante on top of that call. So he's going to have a free round of orbits after paying the small blind. Pressure starting to build at this table with Julian being so short. Kitty with a very strong hand, pocket nines, under 20 bigs. Has to open. And ace king for Chung Suk-che.
This might just go jam call. Potentially jam fold.
Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable for Kitty, but nine's so strong. And, you know, got to remember, I think Chung Suk-che, just based on Hendon earnings, I'm not sure what they got from playing with him, but he does go for the jam. And everyone seems to be playing a little bit tighter against Chung. It's still cutoff versus big blind. It's still poker. Even if someone is going to be playing a bit tighter, can't give them just nutted hands.
Back over to Kitty. She's got to ask herself, is he doing this with lower pocket pairs? You know, if you're going to make a very exploitative fold like this, I think that's the most important question to ask yourself. Do they have sevens here? Do they have eights? Or are they just flatting those hands? And Kitty will fold the pocket nines.
Big fold from Kitty. Does have 3 stacks shorter than her. Mostly just Julian Warhurst that everyone's got their eye on. But that is several big folds we've seen against Chung Suk-che. Not that we've seen anything super nitty from him on the stream, but he has been picking up premiums with this aggression so far, and every fold has been correct. I don't think that's a coincidence. Folding 10s was massive. 9's pretty big in that spot.
Rob opening at the 4s and running straight into John's pocket aces. May just feel like he's getting pushed around by John. Did come in for the cold 4-bet not too long ago. Is now 3-betting his open. Just 5 big blinds.
Despite the +1 open, Rob's going to be able to get away from this pretty easily. JP up to 5 million in chips. That is more than a quarter of the chips in play. Still a full ring at this final table. JP can really put on the gas here. With Julian sitting under 5 big blinds. And more than approximately half the table, between 30 and 15 bigs. A lot of people who do not want to be playing for stacks right now.
You know, I think the presence of the short stack isn't too big considering our payouts. We've only got a buy-in right now as the next pay jump. And with first place being roughly 20% of the prize pool, I think you can really just start to go after the first place prize a little bit harder than normal.
Well, if JP didn't like aces last hand, maybe he'll like them even more this hand. 2 hands in a row. JP with pocket aces, this time in +1.
There we go, 7-6 suited. The hand, I think it's the hand with the best equity against aces.
That's why no one at my uncle's home game ever folds it. Sometimes even post-flop. Makes the defend. Adrian versus JP. We go to the flop 3-10-5. There's 1 spade out there.
Got shot backdoor straight draw.
Less than 3 SPR versus a +1 open. I don't think it's a spot to get fancy. Hope for a little more equity to continue. Adrian does know JP is the chip leader. That might influence this call. Less than 2 SPR, we go to the turn. Adrian does hit a pair of 6s. Still has the gut shot. 2 pair and trips would help him crack those aces.
Check, check, and
Wow.
2 pair for Adrian on the river. How much value can he extract? There is a 4-liner to a straight. However, a 4 isn't too likely, as I don't think Adrian can be defending too many offsuit 4x combos. Potentially 5-4 and ace-4. Even ace-4 is probably hitting the muck versus a +1 open. So really, I don't think any offsuit 4x in Adrian's range unless he wants to defend 5-4 off.
Yeah, just pocket 4s really.
I wouldn't really call a pocket pair an offsuit 4x though.
Ah, they're not suited. Hopefully.
Technically, yeah. Just 1 big blind. Is this enough to induce a raise? John should be feeling pretty good about his hand. Did check back to the turn. I think he is good enough to find some thin value raises. Let's see if he thinks this is a spot 4-1. All in is announced. Back over to Adrian. Quite a strong hand, under-repped. Does lose to some 9-8. 9-8 of clubs could play this way. Doesn't want to get jammed on the turn. Pocket 10s could play this way. Ace 4. Pocket 4s. But yeah, there's the call. Identifies he's beating too much value, and Adrian is going to get a full double up. What did I say at the beginning of this hand? 7-6 suited the hand with the best equity against aces. Does manage to crack them with runner 2 pair. Adrian, 2.8 million in chips. John hasn't lost too much. He's still up at 3.7 million. Can still continue to play the way he is.
It's always a good feeling to crack aces, but to do so on a final table with nearly $250,000 up top. You lose this hand, it could have crippled you. Now you're sitting close to 3 million in chips. And collecting them from the chip leader, no doubt. Of course, no longer. With that loss, JP will fall below Chris Mateo. Chips start to even out a little bit. Julian still the overwhelming short stack. I think with Julian being under 5 big blinds, I know you were saying there's not too much pressure given the pay structure, but I still think it's heavy enough, especially on those sub 20 big blind stacks.
Yeah, you know, it's still over a buy-in.
Yeah. Not going to change your strategy completely, but I still think you do have to be a couple pips tighter than normal. Chris Mateo, with the newfound chip lead, given JP's loss, will wake up with ace-queen in the button.
We did just see Chang muck ace-3 suited in the cutoff, so perhaps that's the source of these larger folds against him. Ace-3 suited, 30 blinds in the cutoff.
Yeah, the loosest we've seen from Chung was the queen-jack cutoff open. There was a temptation to 3-bet, and his opponent opted against it. That would have been the only one that would have gotten through. The weaker opening, everything else has been premiums.
Fair point, Justin.
Hajime Watanabe with ace-jack under the gun. Just over 1 million in chips.
Oh, very uncomfortable. Julian's real short.
Does elect to open off the short stack. Julian out of the hand, will live to fight another day, guaranteed. Will we see fireworks and a possible ladder up for Julian? 6-5 suited hits the mucks, but JP with pocket queens running into absolute best hands in poker. Aces, aces, then queens. Just a hand later. Goes for the jam, and we'll get a quick fold from Watanabe.
So queens twice, aces twice. Must be nice.
A little less nice when you lose a big pot with aces, but
For sure.
Maybe not monstrous, but for a final table. Had pretty big implications.
Looks like a misdeal.
Yeah. No eliminations yet. Nearly 2 hours into this final table. Getting close to that first break of the day. Julian getting short. Blinds are coming up soon.
Probably gonna have to take this one. He's got less than 5 blinds. There's 300K. Oh no. Only made it 2 spots. Ace, queen suited. The suits dominated as well as the queen. See if he goes for a flat or a click or something else. There's a flat. Sixes now for Rob. What does he want to do? Jam off of 4 blinds and change. A flat.
I don't love the spot. I think fold is fine here. Julian all but all in. Flop not going to help. 7, 8 deuce. Looking for a jack. Backdoor straight. They get it in on the flop for 1 big blind more. And Julian Andrew Warhurst, the player at risk to bust first on this final table, needs to find a jack with 2 cards to come. If you haven't used your 1 time today, Julian, great spot for it.
What do you mean today? You get 1.
Well, the ace of diamonds on the turn will seal the deal no matter what. Congratulations to our 9th place finisher, Julian Andrew Warhurst from Australia, not walking away empty-handed. Now the final table cash will be good for 22,050 USD.
Not much he could have done. He was just sat down. He's just destined to get 9th place. Very card dead and just chip down slowly, slowly.
Not bad. 7x you're buying. 9th place finish. Get that feature table time. Nice little pay jump from yesterday of about 3 grand. Nearly a full buy-in. Yeah, you might have over $1 million in Hendon Mob earnings, but 20 grand's 20 grand. It's also going to be his first cash of the series. Still a lot more to go, including our 10K Freezeout main event.
Let's see. What do you think he's going to jump into? A single day high roller, probably. 5K buy-in.
It's a little more reasonable than the step 0 satellite.
Let's see if he's in here.
Pocket 8s for Christopher Mateo and +2. Pressure has eased up a bit on this table as the very short stack is busted. Taipei is our new short stack with about 10 big blinds at this blind level. Currently in the small blind with King 8, facing a +2 open. Not much to do here, but let it go. Mateo walks away with the pot. Chips up to just shy of 5 million. Paulink now sitting in the bottom half of the remaining 8 players. Started off as our chip leader. Still a decent stack, but dynamics have changed for sure. Suk Che, ace jack suited under the gun, 8-handed now. Seeing tight folds versus this player. Table seems to have a lot of respect for his ranges. Opens the 2 big blinds. Pocket 9s for Adrian. +2. If everyone does believe Chung has a tight image, it's under the gun open. It's a pretty strong range.
And this is already a pretty reasonable fold. But, you know, you kind of do have this sort of protection blanket on you that nobody's going to squeeze light behind because people are respecting Chang's range so much. Sometimes these hands that just play so well on the flop, you can just flat them knowing that no one's going to squeeze like an ace-5 suited behind.
Will be heads up. Despite Adrian being in +2, will have position post-flop. Does ask to see a stack, size it up. And the flop comes Queen 10-4 rainbow. Pocket 9s are ahead. It is a gut shot for Chung. 2 overcards on the board to Adrian's 9s.
Very interesting board. Both ranges hit this board quite hard.
Do want to see a c-bet here from Chung. You do get it. We did see an opportunity for a double barrel that was checked earlier in this final table.
Adrian does have a lot of stronger hands, but 9's quite strong in position as well.
Looks like he's just going to muck it. Yeah, I don't blame him in this spot. Chung's range is so strong. Seems like you're only beating ace-king, ace-jack in that spot. Potentially even just ace-jack suited if you think he's not opening ace-jack under the gun. Justin asking if Elfin makes the FT, how tempted are you guys to leave the commentary and join the rail? That's what Stephen Lie's here's for. And Vidur. We'll get him in. We'll go rail Elfin. That'll be our lunch break. How many people are left in that event, actually? I'd love to know. Here we go. King Queen for JP and the hijack. 9 players remain in the women's championship. Of course, Elfin's still in. Jung has done very well to build his stack up to 2.6 million. Started the day with just 1.6 million. Does defend A7. We go to the flop. 10 Jack 3. Open ender for JP. Jung still ahead with ace high. But not much to go on. Will likely have to find a float versus a c-bet on this board if he wants to hold on. C-bet fold is the way it goes. With the suited ace and +1. Not afraid to get in the mix with a lot of holdings in early position, even with a shorter stack than what he started with.
Interesting use of a time bank from Hajime.
Having second thoughts about this hand in this spot. Grabbing a chip, putting it back down. Considering a jam? Would be very
not quite
odd in this spot, but
a lot of players left to act behind him as well. Hand doesn't have great removal to those calling hands.
Maybe just believes Rob is opening quite wide, knows that he is the short stack, but it's tough. I feel like there's so many better spots you can find.
You got 4 players left to act behind you as well. Are you stalling until the break? You're coming up to one, but I don't see why.
Strike me as the player that would, yeah, have a reason to do so, but. Wow, 3 time banks going in. Under 10 bigs, facing the +1 open. Queen 7 suited in the hijack.
His eyes are on the clock, so I wonder if that has something to do with it.
I mean, the blinds are going to come up to you. You don't really want
potentially
to go up.
We do see this sometimes when if a blind increase will force the big blind all in on the very next hand. We have seen some stalls to force that, but I don't think anyone is like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the fold.
You're right, he was looking at the clock. It did have something to do with that, but we aren't getting close to that first break in the blind level increase. Actually, sorry, we are. I believe this will be the last hand. It looks like we did hit the break on that hand, so. But nonetheless, Chris Mateo going to defend Queen 8 offsuit. We go to a flop of 5, 6, 9, 2 clubs. It's middle pair for Rob. Gut shot for Chris Mateo. Everyone else over 14 big blinds, 3 time banks, a lot to throw in there just to get to the break.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know is, I was thinking was, and trips for Rob. Christopher could lead at this card as well. Doesn't expect Rob to be opening a lot of 6x, and look at that. And a big one at that, 325,000 half pot. 2 flush draws on board. Is Rob ever flat here? Does. I love that.
Sets up 1 SPR on the river, just a little bit more. Leaves the aggressor out of position. The front door flush does get there.
As does 7-4. And 4 deuce suited. So a lot of straights fill in on this card. And there's the jam. Rob in a tough spot. Nope, not a tough spot.
Not
Rob
for Rob.
snaps it off. Wow, what a hand as we go into the break. Rob up to 4.1 million. Didn't even think about it. I mean, there's 7-8, there's 4-7, there's 4 deuce. Clubs just got there. There are still some full houses, but I suppose Rob just thinks he could just have worse trips and do this. Big pot.
What a powerful snap on that river. Just goes, yeah, you almost never have it here. I'm good.
Everyone else missed that. They could have potentially got a ladder, and no one was here to sort of anti-rail Rob. As he does chip back up to 4.1 million, close to the chip lead once again, as he was our largest stack coming in to the final table. With that, folks, we are going to give the players a 15-minute break. Looks like 12 minutes left on their break. I'm going to head off, probably review the stream, chat with some friends, and we might go get a quick bite to eat. But folks, with that, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 10 minutes.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'm going through changes. I'm turning the pages of my life. I don't know what the age is. I start sounding outrageous in your eyes. Is it the passing of the seasons, passing of the time, looking for a reason and what you left behind, searching for the answers, pulling on a string. You just let go of everything. Come see what tomorrow just
G, 404, ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill, I be smoking them trees, I ain't popping no pills, stay lifting that still, I feel every perk, I'm putting that work with the bars, yeah, still, no Olympics, flip bars with the skills, you can feel it, man, I'm hungry, I need me a meal, I'm different, hate it or love it, I'm real, pivot straight to the top, fuck a deal, man, this broke shit lame, y'all better stop playing, I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying, cause I'ma stop, babe, wanna get far, babe, ain't got the best cars, babe, and this shit kinda hot, babe, but you know I ain't giving up, yeah, I wanna live it up, when they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up, I ain't got time right now, got a lot on my mind right now, too busy on the grind right now, working hard trying to shine right now, I ain't got time right now, got a lot on my mind right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series here live from Red Space in Taipei. We are featuring the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout. This is the final table of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I am now joined in the booth by the one, the only, Vidur Single. Vidur, welcome back to the booth. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Kyle. Doing very well. Excited to see this one, hopefully, till the end. This is day 4, as you mentioned, 4 days of battling it out amongst almost 500 entries, and it comes down to this, as we were saying yesterday, a $250,000 ball up top, almost 250,000.
Yes.
243,000 or so in USD.
Wow, once you throw in that main event ticket, it's over 250K.
There you go. Of course, we are down to 8. Did lose Julian Andrew, walking away with 22,000. Not too bad a payday for the $3,000 entry. This has been a great event, especially considering it's a championship event. The turnout exceeded our $1 million guarantee, approaching 1.3 million. And there you have it, down to the final 8. What's the table like? What's the table been like, Kyle, thus far? I did see some crazy folds.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I haven't seen, outside of the ones you're mentioning, nothing too out of hand. We did see some aggression from Kitty early on. Found a spot with 8-9 offsuit that was a bit unconventional and very aggressive, but from what I've seen, kind of her only spot that was kind of out of line aggression almost, I would say. Maybe not out of line, but, you know, intentionally being exploitatively aggressive. Outside of that, everyone really taking their time, finding their spots. We did see Rob come in as our chip leader, even once dwindled down to a middling stack, was still finding looser opens in early position, trying to take advantage of the table, but most of the time just running into it. Did see maybe 1 or 2 lighter 3-bets, but nothing you would see too out of the ordinary from well-studied players on a final table. But the biggest story has been the way people have been playing against Chung Seok-cho. They have been, we've seen 2, I think 3 now, kind of really big folds. We did see pocket 10s fold and pocket 9s fold to Chung's 3-bets, and in spots that you were shocked to see it, you know, not even avoid a call, but just getting it all in pre. So maybe there's a bit of exploitation going on. These players have been playing together longer than we've seen on the stream. And he is the only player at the table with a very small Hendon Mob recording, just 17,000. Biggest cash was 4 grand, already surpassing that tremendously today with 27 grand, I believe, locked up for top 8 now.
Situation brewing almost immediately. And now the pocket 9s for Chung. As you mentioned, does have this tight image. By the way, the players have gone on break. And you better believe they've gotten an update of all the hands that happened in the previous session. So this could make things interesting. Blinds are 50K, 100K, and the average stack, I believe, is 2.5 million. Chung sitting right there.
Yeah, just 25 big blinds at this blind level. The stack's getting a bit short.
Here it comes. The grays are 100K apiece. Tiny 3-bet. Cutoff versus button.
do like it with the 15 big blind open from the cutoff.
It's a bit confused on the flags here, ethnicity-wise, perhaps both South Korean. Bawu does register from the US as well. Pretty cool to see 9 different nationalities at the table, down to 8 now. This is a spot you can sometimes be aggressive, come back over the top, 4-bet jam, but against this opponent.
That's what makes it tough, right? I think you would see this quite often versus most other people at the table, jamming ace-jack, cutoff versus button. But
lets it go.
Just opts for a fold. Very strong hand in the cutoff. Under 20 bigs. Respects the small 3-bet from Chung Suk Che.
Very cool for all you GTO wizards out there. That's exploitative poker at its finest. You've seen Kitty fold the pocket 9. She's down to 10 bigs, but she would have been in a flip situation. Clearly looking to maximize their edges.
After we lost Julian on the last level of play, we did see everyone start to loosen up a bit. There wasn't someone under 5 big blinds, but with the blinds going up after the break, we do have Hajime Watanabe sitting at 7.5 bigs. Not the overwhelming short stack. Kitty is shortly behind at 10 big blinds, but that dynamic of a bust-out pressure starting to apply. The payout is getting larger. It is about 12,000 USD difference between 8th and 7th place. Very big pay jump.
On a much lighter note, Kyle, I think this might be the best bunch of names I've ever seen on a final table. You're talking Kitty Cool, Natural8 Taiwan ambassador, coolest name ever. You're talking, you just mentioned Hajime, which I think is a really cool name. Of course, Christopher Mateo, familiar face, the APT. There we have Robertus Hollink. That's not his full name, is it? There was a longer part.
No,
to it
yes,
as well.
yeah. Robertus Hendricus Bernardus Hollink.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm watching Gladiator.
Right?
Very cool presence at the table, I have to say. Did come in as the chip leader, pretty much tied with Mateo. Oh, let's check out his hand and mob. I haven't had a chance to do that. 4.1 million, pretty much close to Kitty. I believe you mentioned she'd be crossing 4 million. Were she to ship?
She would get close. I think she'd get to 3.9 million, but it would put her into 3rd place in the Taiwan all-time money list should she bink this tournament today.
Very impressive. Extremely impressive. She's a proper OG of the Taiwanese and Asian poker scene. Proving her mettle right here. Does need a bit of a spinner. 10 big blinds and a dream for the moment. Pretty cool to see new faces as well here at the APT, considering it's the championship. Making it all the way.
Yeah. I'm sure once we get into the main event coverage especially, we're going to see some exciting names in the mix.
So 71 players made the money out of 490. 22,000 was the minimum payout for the final table. Around 250K up top, including the ticket. Around 150 for 2nd place, so huge heads up. Could be incoming.
Yeah, 100 grand pay jump, including that ticket value.
Do see Danny Tang there out of focus in the background. The 25K is running. Let's see what else. Has the 50K started?
I don't think so, but I've
take
not
a
checked
look.
actually. There's so much going on with 200 events we have here in this series.
You can check along with us, folks. apt.poker. Go to the series. Big day today. So many championship events. Of course, the one we're watching. Day 2 of the super high roller. That's the 25K. Which, by the way, Kyle, may I add, 81 entries to round it out.
Oh, that's a lot
That
of
is
people.
wild.
We do get the open jam from JP Su. Not going to be looked up by our short stack.
Again, Kyle. JP Su just rolls off the tongue.
It's great. It's great. I hope he goes by JP. I believe on his headed mob he is JP, so I kind of went with it.
Talking about other championship events in the meanwhile. There we go. It is JP Su. Very cool.
JP Round Su, yeah.
JP Round Su. The mixed game championship, that's over $2,000 USD in terms of the buy-in, single re-entry, 65 players playing a 9-game mix. How cool is that? And then perhaps the event of the day, apart from the one we're watching, the APT Women's Championship event sponsored by Lips. 119 runners there for a hefty buy-in of over $1,000. Did see Elfin make it to day 2?
Oh, yes. Yes, I got to catch her after I busted the double board PLO bomb pot.
Not a championship event, that one. I will
No,
say
not
that.
quite. But I did catch her walking past me at part of the venue here at Reds, the very massive venue here, and hear her shouting that she cashed she bagged for day 2 in the women's event, and I was like, hell yeah, let's go, Elfin.
Let me just tell you, she's still in. 26 players remaining.
Wow, I knew she was still in at 29. I have been keeping tabs on it. And look at this, JPC with another open jam from the button this time. Both short stacks in the blinds. Kitty with just a little bit more than Watanabe. 7-8 suited gets it done.
Kitty's blinds get stolen. She's down to 8 bigs.
Yeah, both Kitty, Kuo, and Hajime Watanabe under 10.
I will say this, Kitty with all her experience and massive handed mob total approaching 4 million is unlikely to care about the small pay jumps. Certainly looking to spin that stack, so she's not going to be waiting around for that other short stack.
One of our writers, JJ, asking if Sam and I are doing drinks after the stream. Well, Vidur's in the booth right now. I'm sure you're invited too. Laura and I are, both Laura and JJ, two of our writers here at the Asian Poker Tour. I believe they're covering this live stream table.
Are you reading out a WhatsApp right now? What's going on?
No, this is in the YouTube chat. This is the comments.
Everybody in the chat is invited too. If you ask in the comments,
yeah. It's a public invite at that point.
Let us know, JJ, where you're going so that everybody in the chat can join us.
Oh my gosh, it's going to turn into a huge party.
Man, the cocktail scene in Taipei is next level. They just take that stuff so seriously.
I mean, we did find a pretty fancy bar the other night.
I went to another one. They had a beef noodle cocktail.
You know, that
not
doesn't sound like something I would be looking for.
Not as bad as it sounds.
Yeah?
I promise you.
A beef noodle cocktail.
They did it. They got their signature food stuff dish into a cocktail and made it work.
And here we go. Chung-Suk Che, the ace-9 suited, under the gun open, 8-handed. Bao Yun with king-jack off in the big blind. Again, this dynamic of people making, wow, very tight fold. King-jack off does not defend. It is an under the gun open, but it's still quite a strong hand to fold in the big blind with those pot odds. A lot of respect for Chung-Suk Che's range. I wonder if Chung was reviewing some of the stream on the break.
I bet.
I wonder if he's picking up on this perceived range that he is playing. I wonder if he'll try to exploit that, make a change in his play.
Could be a bit of a meta the other way. Just maybe stereotyping, but maybe he's one of the few who did not look up the stream.
That did cross my mind. I didn't want to assume, but yeah.
And everybody else takes advantage of that.
Right.
I think there is a certain badassery in being on a live stream on the feature table, final table. You go on break and you don't look anything up. And you let the players know. Just sit there, you have a water, smoke, whatever it is you do on break. Make it clear, I don't care.
JP Su with an adventurous open, king 5 off in the hijack. Seen Chung defend worse aces in the big blind. I imagine he throws in a call here with ace-8 suited. it is. We go off to the flop. Ace, queen, deuce. 2 spades, 1 diamond. Top pair for Chung-Suk Che. JP just king high and the betting lead. Fires 1 big blind in the middle.
This is not going to work.
There's the call. Pot up to 750,000. We go to the turn. Jack of spades. Front door flush draw comes in. There is a Broadway straight out there as well.
One of the few cards that can now start making Chung a little bit uncomfortable to the extent JP piles on the pressure. He scrunched his face a bit. What do you make of the live tell there, Kyle?
Depends if it's balanced, right? As long as that's your balanced thinking face. It's still scrunch, so.
I think it is balanced now.
Yeah, right? If you do it kind of involuntarily and then try to hide it, then it goes, uh-oh, gave away something. But
Big bet here, by the way. Trying to get a lot of leverage on this bet. 675, if called, would lead to an exactly pot-sized bet left on the river. He's gone pot-sized geometrically, and this is going to put some pressure. How do you like ace-8 of diamonds now? Time bank being deployed. You start wondering out of position, if I call here, if it's a brick on the river, if I get jammed, will I still call? This is, at the face of it, one of those situations you want to call and evaluate, but 6.75, rather 675,000 is a big chunk of a stack. Oh my goodness, what a bet by JP Su. Finds the right customer with the right aggression, gets the laydown with the king 5 off.
and I think that is a player-dependent move once again. Had time to review the stream. Knows that Chung-Suk Che is pretty high up in his range when opening, when 3-betting, but defending the big blind, that's where the range widens up. And with no aggression on the flop, just a call, can start to assume his range is pretty capped in the big blind defend.
Yeah, capped for sure, but mind you, it's pretty top of range.
Yeah.
In terms of the big blind there. Just no spades, the third spade, connected Broadway card.
But I think JP, as he even considers, should he call one more time there, he might start to think that he can get all of the aces he defends that are not two pair to fold on the river as well.
Triple barrel, yeah. Awesome.
So I think that's it's one of those plays where he's going for it.
And I think Chung is giving JP credit that he would triple barrel, even if he didn't have it, avoid the stress on the river. So great play there by JP. Very cool to see. Catching up with chat now. Hello, hello, Justin. Good to see you, my friend. He says there's a better name, first off. I don't agree with the premise. There's a better name still left in the women's event. You mean compared to Elfin, right? And he says, I'm sure if you scroll the names, you will know.
Was that before you said Elfin? I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think that comment came in a while ago, so possibly.
Ah, okay. Why the tease, Justin? Just let me know.
Watanabe open jams and gets it through. Chips up to 10 bigs. Will leave Kitty Kuo as the clear short stack. Both players still short, but collecting the blinds and ante will do wonders when you're under 10 bigs. Rob Hollink with the pocket 10s under the gun. This man not afraid to open hands like pocket 4s under the gun. And if people were reviewing the stream, they might know that, but the pocket Kyles for JP Rounsu.
Ruh-roh.
10s versus kings in early position. Both players with monstrous stacks. Nearly 4 million effective. Watanabe, what could have possibly been a nice open jam. Looks like absolute rags compared to this action. e3 here. These two players know they can be pretty aggressive. I think a call makes the most sense. It is under the gun versus +1, but we go to the flop of ace 3-4 and overcard to both players' pocket pairs. Checks through. 6 of hearts on the turn. Shouldn't change much. Check once again from Rob. JP elects to check the turn as well. We go to the river. The 8 of diamonds. Very safe card for these ranges.
Pot control with the 2 big stacks is a good idea, especially with the kings on the ace board.
Yeah.
Now maybe a block bet incoming, although
I think Rob probably prefers to play this as a check call in this spot.
yeah, then the sizing can be so worrisome.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing if we can find the check fold, and there's a chance that JP just checks behind. These low cards shouldn't really interact with the under the gun opening range, and to the extent they do, the check on the river.
There's too many pocket pairs that you can get value from here to check back for JP. That open call pre-flop. I think you gotta go for value.
Finds the bet. Decides that a check on the river means that there is no ace on the other side. Now tough spot for Hollink. Good sizing too by JP. It is so tempting. They're getting 4-1. Let's it go.
Respectable fold from Rob Hollink.
Does do the old check fold, loses the absolute minimum in that hand. Top quality poker on display. That being said, approaching 6 million now up top on the leaderboard, JP.
Inching closer to a third of the chips in play. About 6.5 million, I believe, would be close to a third of the chips in play.
Kitty is talkative as always a fun presence at the table. Just has so much experience and comfort.
Overall, I found she's been actually pretty quiet in that first couple levels. It's nice to see her break the silence a bit here. But
And it's usually the other way, right? If your chip stack starts going down, you tend to become more quiet, but Kitty has too much experience to let that bother her. Does need that spin up though. Justin says the name he was referring to was Taylor Pickles. An awesome name, I must say. I actually did spot it right as you said it as well in chat, Justin.
well, Rob finds an upgrade from pocket 10s to pocket kings for himself this time. We'll find the 3-bet in the big blind versus JP's under the gun open.
Bigger sizing, considering it's from the blinds, he would be still out of position. Is this the time to make the old ace-x suited 4-bet, you think?
Nah. It's a bit tough when both stacks are really big on a final table.
That's when it's the most exciting as well, Kyle.
Right?
I don't know.
It's true, it's true. But you have to have balls of steel.
Or you just, you know, listen to the demons inside.
Listen to the demons inside.
Let the voices win.
Don't tempt me, Vidur.
Taylor Pickles, also a poker industry professional as per her Instagram and a content creator. Really cool to see the content space in poker diversify and blow up like this. What do you make of it, Kyle? As somebody who creates poker content, where do you see this world heading?
Well, I mean, the content world in general is a bit of a wild one where every job could apply to content creation these days. Some things that you would traditionally never think would be a content creation job that were too professional and too, you know, suit and tie businessman, like realtor, for example, is now heavily rewarded for good TikTok presence.
Absolutely.
Anything entrepreneurial, I guess, so to speak. Poker definitely falls in that category, so. Ace Queen for Adrian on the button versus Chris Mateo's cutoff open. We did see Mateo open 3 deuce off on the button earlier this stream. I'm sure Adrian might have that note in the back of his head. And either way, Ace Queen, very strong hand here, cutting versus button. Goes for a large 3-bet, 4x. Gets the quick fold from Chris Mateo. It's a larger sizing than I would have expected. Do you have any thoughts on going 4x cutoff versus button?
Yeah,
spot?
Wonder about the ICM pressure that puts, but maybe just exploitative. Mateo could have been peeling some 3-bets a bit loose. I think Mateo's vibe and aura is obvious with just one look at him, but in case it wasn't, his Hendon mob has his nickname. Christopher
Big Time, is it?
Big Time
Yes.
Mateo. Incredible. Incredible. What are we doing? We need to up our game, Kyle. I don't think Pocket Kyle's got it. That's it. We need something.
I think it fits me. I'm not big time enough, you know? I'm
Yeah,
not on the
but
feature table.
Dress for the job you want. Nickname for the man you want to be. Big Time Mateo. Love it. Another cutoff button situation here, perhaps.
Oh, yeah. This time between Adrian and Rob. This right side of the table seems to be favored toward the action at the moment. It does help that the bigger stacks are closer to this side. Everyone else tied to a little bit of jam or fold poker.
And look at the sizing adjustment we mentioned when he was 3-betting from the big blind. When the old 3x on the 3-bet. This time it's 550 being raised, 5.5 bigs. Quick lay down.
Rob trying to find his way back up the chip leader. Has gone up and down since this day started. Now sitting at second in chips with 4 million to his name. Rob did start the day, even though he was chip leader, with only 3.5 million in chips, so is up from where he started. But with 1 elimination in play and the tournament marching forward, 4 million only good for second at the moment. Wow, Hyun Sik Yun, pocket 8s and red 8s at that. It's got to be worth a little bit more here in Asia.
Wow, add red space too.
Right? Oh my gosh. Can you get any more lucky?
Let's go.
Not a superstitious man. Big fold.
What timing. Huge fold by the 8s, and now Mateo wakes up with the big time hand. Pocket kings. Middle position. Standard open, seeing if somebody takes the bait.
Lots
6-3
of
is certainly
kings on
not
the
going
table
to.
today.
Oh yeah, third one I'm seeing.
Action packed. We saw JP get aces back to back earlier today as well. Fortunately, not so favorable the second time through. Did get cracked by 7-6 suited.
No dice, still Kitty who's on the pick. Ace, king suited. Here we go, and all-in is coming. She's been waiting for this and is going to get the bad news.
There it is. Shirley will be snapped off by Chris Mateo. And there we go. Kitty's 7 big blinds in the middle. Ace is still live. Just a 2-to-1 underdog. Ace king suited versus Chris Mateo's pocket kings. We will run this one out. Kitty will see if she lives to fight another day. Would chip up to 1.5 million.
An 8 on the flop, by the way. Bawu folding pocket 8s under the gun.
I mean, no way he sees this flop, but just 2 aces left in the deck. We go to the river. Kitty needs to hit one of them. Can she do it? No. 9 of hearts will spell elimination for Kitty Kuo. One of the most notable players here at the Asian Poker Tour. Eliminated in 8th place. Great run from Kitty. Sure, not as good as she was hoping for, but still an 8th place finish in this National 8 Cup Freezeout. 27,850 USD. Nearly 10x the buy-in for an 8th place finish for Kitty Kuo. And we have our top 7.
Amazing performance by Kitty to make the FD here. Unlucky there, basically a cooler. Walks out with her partner, Frankie C.
We have our top 7. The remaining players have locked up just shy of 40,000 USD. That was a $12,000 pay jump. Hajime Watanabe must be grinning with that result. Has been our short stack since Julian busted. Of course, Kitty was back and forth a little bit there. But Watanabe never really chipped up from that short stack status. Lives to see 12K upgrade. And it's not over yet. Rob Hollink with ace-queen in the hijack. JP comes along with ace-9 suited. Just a flat. Bawu with 6s in the big blind.
He's been patient, he's been disciplined. He just had to bear that 8 on the flop. He could be tempted to squeeze here.
Be about a 12 big blind jam, including the big blind in the middle.
Would make a lot of sense.
Hijack open. Love to see JP just flat. Could occasionally be trapping with a small stack behind, but not often enough to put too much weight into it. But doesn't even defend. Not even going to set mine, just going to lay down the 6s. Flop comes king, king 3.
Well, mercifully, no 6 on the flop, at least, for Bawu.
Right.
Would still have had the best hand, though. Again, very surprised not to see the jam here, respecting ICM perhaps, but a bit too tight. I think these players are very capable of opening and folding against a 12 big blind jam.
Yeah, maybe just an awkward position with the short stack still in play of Watanabe.
Check, check, and now king ace queen looking very likely the best hand. He's betting for protection and somewhat value as well.
Yeah, might get looked up by ace high. And you do. Look at that.
Nice value. Chop outs and the 9. None of them come in.
Do you go for 2 streets of value here? Looks
Oh,
like
look
it.
at this.
Wow, beautiful.
Nice block bet.
Thin value for Rob Hollink.
This is starting to look like any pocket pair going for value now. The ace-9 decides to let it go, but very nicely played. We are going to have the 25K and the 50K streaming tomorrow and day after. But the level of poker we're seeing here, especially the exploitative plays, is just incredible.
Well, Bawu folding 6s as well. He is the second shortest stack. Just like approximately 4 big blinds ahead of Watanabe. So I don't hate the reason for chip preservation there, folding pre-flop. I still think I prefer a at least a set mine, that pocket pair, but I think fold can't be that bad.
If you're interested in enjoying the TLT, please visit the TLT content.
Loose, open, queen 7 suited UTG.
Yeah, we've seen crazier from Mateo.
Mr. Big Time getting frisky. Just the flat with the ace-jack suited +2.
Actually a little surprised Rob doesn't go for a bit more aggression here. Given them playing at each other, of course they're not seeing all the holdings we are. Maybe not too sure of the frequencies of how loose and aggressive their plays are that we are on stream. But was thinking ace-jack suited, given the nature of these players, might be closer to a 3-bet. Especially covering them in position. Apply that pressure. Get it heads up. Chance to take it down with the c-bet on the flop.
Ace and jack on the flop. By the way, the big blind came in with 10-8, which is an open ender now. Christopher slows down. Top 2, backdoor nut flush draw for Rob. Things are looking pretty good. Want to start building that pot. Nice bet here, chunky on that super wet board, and as it happens, Chung has to call at least a street with the open ender. Combined with his image, the problem is Chung's hand is a bit face up. It's unlikely to just even call a jack 3 ways, perhaps, in a spot like this for 20% of his stack. Tough to get value out of position when your opponent knows you're likely to be on a draw. And the 5 of diamonds is the brick of all bricks.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, you know, you could maybe put some fear into your opponent's eyes with one of the draws you don't have coming in, but brick card does not help that. Rob gonna try and pick a careful sizing here. Wants to keep those draws in.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he's at, I think. It's just about sizing. Knows going too big will deprive him of value.
Yeah. You obviously don't want to give overwhelming pot odds to the draws either.
Just rips it.
Maybe decides that most sizings would be too awkward on a river. Better to just go for it, see if you can get looked up.
Also not wanting to take the variance.
Yeah, getting a 100% equity in the pot at any point is not a bad call on a final table.
And surely that's going to be that.
For sure.
Didn't have a club as well, so too many scare cards. Let's do the math here. Two in a stack. Yeah, he's going to be the new chip leader, I guess, right?
Oh, for sure. 5.6 million.
Here we go. He's back.
Never fell too far. Has reclaimed his status as chip leader here in the final 7 players of the Natural8 Cup Championship. 2 players over 5 million. Just those 2 players alone hold more than half the chips in play.
We're approaching 500 on YouTube. Others joining us Facebook and Twitch. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, that's jumped up quite a bit.
Guessing there's a lot of friends and family in there. Who are we supporting? We're always looking for stories in the booth, Kyle and I. In case you can tell us about your friends or family members out here playing. Or if you're just supporting them for whatever reason, let us know. Did see some shout outs for a few players earlier.
I also just want to say a big thank you. This whole year, everyone's been liking, subscribing, tuning in, commenting. Every time you guys do that, grows the channel, grows the awareness of the Asian Poker Tour, and it's the reason why we've been able to put on such a massive championship series event. can't do it without the awareness of this series, the Asian Poker Tour, and the players it's drawing in. And that's why we can bring you these massive events now, including our big $5 million guaranteed main event.
Sai Chen says supporting Rob. I asked for a story too, Sai. Sure, Rob has plenty in the bag in terms of stories and poker experience.
With someone who's been around as long as Rob, maybe you've just been a fan for a long time. Just saw him on some TV clips.
I know I am now.
Yeah.
So we're 2 days away from the main event, Kyle.
Yes.
The tension is palpable.
Oh, you can feel it.
Not just in terms of how exciting it's going to be, but how many players will come in. There's a $5 million guarantee. Also, if we hit 568 players, $1 million up top. So, prop bet, my friend?
For a $1 million top prize? Is that confirmed, 568?
In Korean won, sure.
All right, we got some blind versus blind action here. Chung flopping top pair in the small blind. Chris Mateo, the gutter and the flush draw. Action board here, blind versus blind. Just a little over 2 SPR.
Big bet, and Mateo has his opponent covered.
There's a big raise. Did not take long at all.
The raise would commit Chung, so this is the crucial moment. Could be playing for his tournament life here and decides to go with it. We have an all-in and a call, and it's a 60-40 situation in favor of Chung. Mateo could be down to under 10 bigs unless he can catch one of the 8 remaining outs.
Chung hoping to hold for his tournament life. He's fought valiantly so far.
Bit unlucky for Christopher to have so many outs folded already. Now the 9 of diamonds takes away an out or two in the form of full house outs. Comes down to the river. 6 of spades is clean. 4 million chips for Chung Seok-chae. Christopher down to under 10 bigs.
Chung Seok-chae, the Korean with only 17,000 in Hendon Mob earnings, has already locked up 40 grand on this final table. An absolutely career-changing day for Chung Seok-chae. Chris Mateo, still alive. He's one of our shorter stacks, but far from dead. 9.5 big blinds. Really slow structure, lots of poker to play.
Justin in chat with a great idea. If this FT finishes, he says, before the ladies event finishes, can we get that on stream? You know what, Justin? We'll have to put in a word for that and try. I think we would all love to catch the end of the ladies event. Gilbert asks, how's the APT giving out passes to the main in those side events? Don't quote me on this, Gilbert, but I think it is made part of the prize pool.
Yeah, at least with events like these, it's definitely in the terms that 10K is set aside for a championship ticket for the winner.
Just an added first place incentive.
Yeah.
So back to it, Kyle. Prop bets for entries for the main?
Oh, yes. I just wanted to double check that that was the correct number. That's what I was meant to do earlier.
568?
568. Yeah. Did you? Is that fact checked?
That is the correct number for 1 million up top.
I see. Do you have any ideas on what the prop bet would be?
How many entries do you think?
Oh, I mean, what? What's at stake, though?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah. Take our time.
What I can add to my cocktail.
Oh, okay. Wow. Getting cocky now.
You know what? We'll do a nice little sandwich bet. How about that?
Sandwich bet. Oh, does it come with the soup on the side?
Let's add it in.
Oh, and a ginger beer?
Sure.
A full combo? Let me see here. Give me this frame to think about where I want to stand on this.
This full frame?
Yeah. Give me a minute.
All right, I'm out. This is ridiculous. You want an hour and a half to think about it?
I want to double check the numbers.
I want to make 90 prop bets in that time.
Okay. All right. We'll start loading them on. We'll start easy then. Don't go with the biggest one first. Build up to that.
Fair enough. Committing from Hajime. He's been patient. King Jack off will have to be good enough. 7-handed from +1. Same hand for Chung. This is why you want the aggression. Really can't be calling off King Jack off in the cutoff. 3 players behind. I like the timing for Hajime. Well, I did say he can't be calling off, and he's counting. He's just picked up these chips. And he decides to ISO. An okay result for Hajime if this goes through. He'll pick up half the blinds and antes. Heading to a chop. Owen has a decent holding, so the last 45K will go in, and we'll see a fun showdown.
Hajime with the slight edge with the King of Hearts. Can't be too disappointed with that. Given your +1 open. You almost never feel too good about being called off at any point with King Jack in an early position jam.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah. It's probably one of the best case scenarios.
If there's no upset, there's 1.5 big blinds to be gained. Gilbert asking about those Natural8 events that we had on stream 2 days ago and yesterday. Yeah, Gilbert, I think Natural8 does generously add to the prize pool there in terms of the 10K pass, depending on the tournament. Sometimes
and two diamonds on the flop will be good enough for a chop. Taipei safe to fight another day. Does chip up 125K. Every little bit helps when you're short. All right, sandwich combo.
If you're taking 90 minutes to think about a number,
if we hit 1 million plus for first. So 1 million. If the prize is 1 million plus for first, I think it will be.
Yeah, but I'm not giving you. I want to take the over too.
Oh well. Oh, okay. I'm pretty optimistic about this one.
Okay, so be more optimistic. Where do you think we're going?
Oh.
Chad, I'm open to this as well. How many entries do you think in the main event? We'll figure out how to work out our props, but how many entries do you think the APTC main event is getting? Kyle has so far committed, very meekly, I might add, to 568 plus. That's the number we get to.
It took me 5 minutes. Give me a break. I committed to 1 million top prize, to be clear. Just in case 568 was off.
It's the right number.
Let's see. We'll see. I have my reasons. I think specifically $1 million first prize.
What, you did some math? Is that what you
Well,
used the 5 minutes for?
Bit of gut, bit of math.
I got that number from Fred, just so you know.
There you go. Okay, very confirmed. Very confirmed.
From the big boss himself.
Adrian with the button open, pocket eights, and we do see the 3-bet from Rob Hollink with ace-3 off in the small blind. JP perhaps getting crazy thoughts? Is covered by Rob.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Flats the 3-bet in the big blind with ace-4 off?
That's not a flat.
Oh no, that is a 4-bet. Oh, it is a 4-bet, sorry.
And now the pocket eights must be wildly confused. The two big stacks just going at it. The eights hit the muck. And Rob, he's like, come on, man. Can't let me make one move? We both had the same idea.
Rob does cover him. This is a 4-bet pot.
Surely Rob is Hollywooding. Is there any way he's considering?
I don't think he's Hollywooding. I think he's on the fence. Yeah, there's something about his body posture that I was like, it feels slightly unsure. Wow. Absolutely massive bluff for JP Su.
Really
Enough
cool.
to climb nearly 6 million in chips. Reading the dynamics of the situation. Three strong, aggressive players. You're going to love to watch that one back.
Do you want to clarify something Gilbert has typed in chat about how Natural8 is putting up the main event passes in some of those events? If there is a pass that does add to the prize pool, Gilbert, nothing nefarious going on. Ace Jack off now after the unsuccessful pocket ace adventure from the button. Eight, 7 off, 6.5 bigs. It's got to be tempting to peel, try and stop and go. You'd have exactly pot size bet left behind if you can connect.
You are officially the short stack, but you have two other players neck and neck with you around that 10 big blind mark. A lot of pay jumps possible. It's tough to commit a big blind and fold most of the time. You did just pay the big blind ante as well. You will be the clear short stack, but everyone else is going to have to pay it. So I don't hate the fold here.
Yeah, it depends how you're respecting ICM and what the pay jumps mean to you. Its live earnings are closer to $200,000. Not always accurate from Japan in terms of hand and mob, but understandable to try and pick a better spot.
I think someone in chat saying easy to 3-bet a nitty old man than a crusher. I don't know if we should be calling Rob Hollink a nitty old man. This guy has been getting involved in the action, has a career behind him with 4.1 million in earnings. Doesn't quite fall into that category in my opinion. Albert saying a total disregard of ICM, I think, on that ace 4-4 bet there. I think, if anything, ICM is what played rolls into that. Your hand looks a bit stronger. Rob knows that you know that you're covered by Rob, and you know that Rob's being a bit aggressive, but you know there's pressure, and it just gets into this leveling situation of, you know I won't get too out of line here. There's short stacks on the table. I can represent this strength.
MTT poker leveling, isn't it the best? And a nice pickup here, thanks to the Queen 7 finding the jam and the short stack of Babu having the 5 high. So now these two are exactly even.
Yeah, 3 players on 9 bigs. Babu, Hajime, and Chris Mateo.
Should be open season for the 2 big stacks to just put so much pressure on the middling stacks.
The next pay jump alone is about 13,000 USD. And with 2 to 3 pay jumps potentially imminent, this prize pool can start handing out ladder ups very quickly.
Effective all-in, UTG with the pocket pair. Pocket 6s for JP. And instantly makes the call that 1 chip is left behind. So if nobody else comes along, we're going to go to a flop first. 9-8 suited, the short stacks will be happy to get out of the way.
Fine 6 is a very interesting call here from JP. Under the gun jam. Still quite a few players left behind you.
Ace King for the short stack. Now this is the ICM stuff of nightmares. Do you want to let a big stack eliminate a short stack? Or do you want to try and triple up? When you yourself have 8 big blinds, I think you have to go for it here. It is unfortunate, though, that he does not cover Christopher Mateo. So to the extent there's a double elimination, he would be out with the lower payout. But the chance to triple up at the final table and make a run for it has to be worth a lot. Also, you have ace-king. You could be dominating your opponent's multi-way.
Yeah.
Does go for it. And we're going to have a 3-way situation. This will also force Mateo to, I believe, put in... Oh, he's still going to have 55,000 behind once he calls the all-in. I think they've just flipped their cards over. Doesn't really make a difference. So it's ace-king, v pocket 3s, v pocket 6s. Christopher Mateo's in trouble either way. Needs to clip a 3. Babu needs an ace or a king.
Yeah, pre-flop, you can't love the spot with ace-king, but I think just given the exact dynamics, a little too strong. I think ace-queen, I'm fine getting rid of it there. No problem.
Yeah, I would think you'd love to get it into the ace-king, especially if you're gonna hit a king. A triple up is incoming. If he can dodge 3 outs, huge swing in momentum possible. Now the 8's added in the form of the straight draws. Christopher Mateo using all the stand-up equity he can get. He has only 1 out, and another 7 means we lose Christopher Mateo in 6th place. And a triple up for Babu.
Massive hand for Babu.
Does not react, but he has to be absolutely elated inside.
But congratulations, well fought by Christopher Mateo. 39,940 USD for 7th place.
Oh, 7th place, pardon me. Field down to 6, of course.
Chris Mateo did come in near the chip lead today. Probably hoping for a better finish, but the plays at this table have been outstanding so far. Very well-timed aggression is the best way I could describe it.
Well-timed aggression is the name of the game.
think a lot of people who watch some of these streams and watch some of these professional players, they think, they're just putting on the gas 24/7. And I mean, sure, in some situations, if you can exploitatively keep that piling on, whether you have the ICM pressure or just some exploits on someone who's overfolding, it can make sense. But especially at this table where people are playing back against each other, and you maybe just have one or two people that are, you know, labeled a bit differently in terms of how they're playing the game on this final table, you really have to pick your spots carefully. And then there were 6. Everybody walking away with at least 53,000. It's about 18 times your buy-in.
Hajime perhaps trying to do some magic trick to make his cards change into something else.
I mean, he's got to be having a great day.
Sure.
Laddered up a couple times.
It's all about perspective. You
Right.
come in a short stack. Every page up feels like a win.
He's made an extra like $26,000 just by folding.
Bao's already putting that new chip stack to work. A king on the button. I think ever since I've come into the booth, I believe our Romanian friend here, you pronounce it Adrian?
Yeah, I do look up some of the pronunciations. So he's from Romania, and it did say that they usually pronounce it Adrian.
Fair enough.
So that's
good to know.
Going with that. Of course, Adrian might be very plausible as well, but
Bear with us either way,
Yeah.
Adrian. But he's had a rough go of it. Hasn't been super active since I've been in the booth. Of course, we did see the pocket 8s have to fold against the ace-3, ace-4 madness.
Ooh, both players hitting a pair on the turn.
Tough turn here. Kicker issues. No bet. Pretty surprising. And now the ace. It's a chop pot if it can go to showdown.
Looks like quick check, check. Best case scenario for Adrian State. Adrian started the day with under 2 million in chips, so slightly above that. And also a spot in the final 6.
Over 2 million USD on his hand and mob. Very impressive.
Tanabe has been one of our shorter stacks nearly the entire final table. Probably one of the happiest people to be in this final 6. Was not necessarily destined for a big payday today. But everyone who gets a seat at this table has a shot. So far, so good for Watanabe.
Kings make an appearance once again. What beautiful timing. 7 bigs and a comeback needed. To open or to jam, that is the question. It looks pretty sus to just open. I think a jam with a few chips left behind has been his style thus far. Yep, that's what he goes with. Small pocket pair. Pretty foldable in this spot.
I think given it's Chung Sik Che's pocket 3s as well, not a chance of a call here.
Hajime praying for action. None to be found till the big blind of Rob, and that's an ace. The 3 is a bit too weak, though. He's calling nonetheless. 70-30 for Hajime to double up.
Dream spot if he can hold.
No ace. The final chip should be going in. It's less than a big. We see kings versus 3 outs. Everybody but Hajime rooting for an ace here on the table. The anti-reeling. Strong as usual, I'm sure. And why not? The pay jump's absolutely massive.
Jack is safe. No backdoors rolling in either. Just needs to dodge an ace one more time. And is able to. Hajime Watanabe. Massive chip up to nearly 2 million in chips.
I like the smile. We saw Bavu triple up and not even move a facial muscle,
right?
Which I respect as well, but let's face it, it feels pretty good to double up at the final table of the Natural8 Cup Championship.
And I mean, we all played a bunch of poker. Nothing's ever certain. You hold, you gotta feel happy about it. Even when you were dominating. And look at that. Hajime Watanabe up to 16 big blinds, neck and neck with Adrian. Right back in this thing, was short for so long. Survived a few bust outs. Now has a great payday guaranteed, locked up, and has a chip stack to play for way more. Pocket queens, Chung Suk Che. Goes with the lazy min click.
Is that a new term?
Well, it's just you grab the round chips instead of for a full 2 big
250K.
blind. Yeah. JP in the big blind. Queen 7 off. Just going to hit the muck. Everyone has been defending pretty tight against Chung so far. Generally has been the wise move.
Back to the prop bet, Kyle.
Yes.
I have a line set for you.
Okay.
Since I don't think either of us want to be pessimistic, but you can take the over-under on 600. You pick.
600 entries? Ooh. That's fun. That's fun.
Chat, anyone with me?
Oh, 600.
The right answer is over, by the way, chat, just so you know.
Oh.
It is a freeze out, by the way. 10,000 USD.
So I have to
freeze out. 1 day 1. We do have a bunch of people who have qualified online to come and play.
That's a fun little window. Me believing that it'll hit 586 but not 600. Just a 14 buy-in window for where I believe it'll land. Ooh.
568, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry, 568. I was thinking 586. Yeah.
Bigger window for you.
There you go. Look at that. Oh, okay. I'll take the under on 600.
How dare you? You pessimist. All right, you got a lock.
All right.
Sandwich bet.
Sandwich soup and a ginger beer.
3-bet with the king-queen gets the king-10 to fold. Adrian still having a rough go of it. Hajime taking the perfect spot.
Seems like Hajime has just been so patient and resilient and suddenly has a bit of chips to play with and is wasting no time at all to get involved in the action.
And the difference between the stacks has contracted a bit. 39 bigs now. The largest stack. We don't have anyone under 10 bigs. 15 is Adrian. I think these players have a keen sense of game flow. You know, when Adrian opened the King 10 there from the cutoff, I think there was an understanding that it's a position open. It's the fact that he's been not that involved, not necessarily that he needs to have a big hand. So the King Queen did find a lovely 3-bet.
Oh, quick fold from Hollink with the Queen Jack. Someone who has been getting quite involved on this final table. Much looser opens in different positions. JP takes it down with Queen 3 on the button. Hollink maybe dialing it back a bit. Has been getting pretty aggressive. I'm sure someone who's been around as long as him is constantly paying attention to table dynamics. And, you know, without being able to see the cards, maybe tries to reel it in just a little bit. If they think he's, you know, if he thinks they're picking up on his aggression. Doesn't want to appear too wide.
He did take the dent with the ace-3 as well. Will slow him down a bit, understandable. Just been a few hands since. The thing with card distribution also is interesting, like thinking back to Adrian. I mean, sometimes you'll just get that part of your range that's going to open and fold to 3 bets.
Yeah.
And the card distribution is doing the work for you, especially for studied players, top players like the ones we're looking at who've battled through almost 500 opponents to get here. Underrated part of variance as well. Some hands you're supposed to lose. You are going to always open. Somebody is going to wake up with a better hand. If they 3-bet, you are going to fold. It's when people go crazy, when you have pocket 8s on the button and both the small and big decide to 3-bet, 4-bet the ace X rags.
That never happens. Alas, we've seen it live. Clearly it does. But I think that was also a very player-specific situation.
Chunk calls with the big blind discount. A bit too loose. 4-3 is just about connected enough that I think he got tempted into it. Unsuited, though.
Does fit the MO a little bit. Chunk seems to be opening pretty strong range and defending wide in the big blind from what I've seen so far. We did see, I believe it was JP attack with just king high versus his big blind defend. Got him to fold top pair.
Yep, king 5, ace 8.
So perhaps they know a little bit about his big blind defense range as well.
Check calls with the gut shot. Has enough of a stack to be fooling around like this, but Hajime is the effective with 1.7 million, and now the ace on the turn. I think Hajime should be able to find a double barrel here with the Queen 3 suited, considering it doesn't look like or feel like he has too much showdown value.
Immediately looks down at chips, sizes up and counts them out.
Try board, all things considered, just a flush draw, so even a 1/3 pot bet would make a lot of sense. You would be balanced with a good ace here as well. Yeah, seems like that's what he's going for. He's telling a decent story. Even though he's on the button.
Yeah, it's like close to 40%. Oh, even almost half pot. Yeah.
It's gone big. Those blues do add up.
Yeah.
300 in grays and almost 200 in blues. Wants to get the job done for sure here.
Yeah, I think he grabbed four of the white chips, that's why, yeah. Did have the best hand, but didn't know it, and gets it through, was the result he was looking for. Tanabe found himself a bit of life and is not letting it go to waste. Getting involved as much as he possibly can. I think someone in the chat saying they saw 7 high in the background. I believe that's Sungmuk Jun. Another Korean legend.
Not a lazy open here, Kyle. 240K. Mid open with King 10 off from under the gun by Rob.
Folds Queen Jack in the cutoff. Opens King 10 under the gun.
The power of the precise open.
Right. It might be who's in the blinds or who's in the big blind that he's considering a little bit more in his opening ranges. But we do see the ace-5 suited 3-bet from Bawu on the button.
Very cool timing.
Mm-hmm.
Not worried about the fact that it's under the gun. Yes, we're 6-handed. It's the low jack, but still. 6 max under the gun does mean something, but Bawu picking up on the fact that Rob has been quiet a couple of hands, lost a hand. He's not necessarily going to be high up in his range despite opening early position. Takes the spot and puts himself ahead of Hajime here with 25 bigs. Bawu after the triple up. Now crossing 3 million.
Look at that, just an 18 big blind difference between first and fifth. As you said, those stacks starting to compress.
Still keeping an eye out for all the championship events we have going on today, apart from the one we're watching. The 25K. It's down to 23 players. Covering that tomorrow.
JP Su with 9s under the gun. 6-handed open. Chung Suk Che with ace jack on the button. It's a little bit less than 30 bigs. Makes the call. Rob with 3 deuce of hearts. Wants to make this a multi-way pot. Go to the flop, queen, deuce 5. 9s still in great shape. Rob hits bottom pair, couple of backdoor draws.
His hand looks pretty interesting on this board.
It looks better than it is.
3-2 suited, the dirty diaper. One of the worst named poker hands of all time, perhaps. Check all the way, and now an overcard to the 9 on the turn. The 10 of spades. Trickier and trickier to navigate, I think.
Yeah, let's bring in the gutter for Chung. Checked through to Chung. 2 streets now. With the gutter, picked up some equity. Does he want to take a stab at it?
I think JP deciding there that a 10 could have connected with Chung. Or he's getting calls from draws and he doesn't want to inflate the pot, but should feel pretty likely to JP that he has the best hand now. Yeah, and I think this is a pure value bet. Could have easily checked.
100%.
This is trying to get values from small pairs. Rob having the smallest of pairs. Perhaps an 8 in particular, 7 6s. This is the mark of a truly great player. Trying to get value multi-way with third pair.
I don't think it's going to work out this time around. Oh, I stand corrected. Throws in a calling chip with bottom pair.
What a great bet. What a fantastic bet. I mean, when you see a showdown like this and your opponent shows nines, you do feel like you got owned a little bit. Rob calling with what practically is ace high, so JP telling a convincing story of bluffing. Multi-way.
JP earning that spot in first place. Getting close to double second in chips. We're looking at about a $15,000 pay jump from 6th to 5th.
So we go from 53,000 to 68. And what do you know? We have a 50K they can just hop right into.
Perfect timing.
Pocket 8's on the button once again. He's been burned before. Much shorter stack now, 12 bigs or so. Mid open. Ace king for JP. Here we go. This hand is playing itself.
Yeah, with these two players, we're not going to see any big folds in this situation. We did see 9s and 10s fold in some crazy spots like this previously, but with these two players, 100% going in. And there's the jam call. Cards turned over, 3.3 million in the pot. Adrian is the short stack, but is not a small stack. 13 big blinds. Has a chance for a massive double up if he can hold with the pocket 8s. Flop comes, queen 5-3. So far so safe, more than half the cards already out there. The turn. The jack of hearts needs to dodge 10s now as well. And the king on the river is unfortunate. Adrian Sorostate has been eliminated in 8th place, or sorry, in 5th place.
6th, actually. I get confused because our graphics team is so quick at updating the field on the top left.
Pocket 8s for Adrian Sorostate, eliminated in 6th place. And a smile and a wave. Well fought from Adrian. Far from empty-handed. 53,000 USD for that 6th place finish.
Classy exit. Really like it. Now we have 4 stacks tied.
That's insane.
And 1 big stack in the form of JP. 7.5 million. His chip graph has pretty much gone only one way with the exception of that double to Hajime, I believe. Making it look easy out there, and now he'll get to put an immense amount of ICM pressure. 4 stacks tied. That too at a decent number. About 22 to 27 big blinds.
And the hands don't stop, 5-handed. Ace king for Bao Yun. Yun sitting on 3 million in chips. Goes for the 2 big blind open, and another strong hand. King queen off for Chung Suk Che. Does cover Bao, but not by much. I've seen Chung be a bit conservative. But as we get shorter and shorter handed, let's see if that changes. King queen, very strong hand. Looks like grabbing 3-bet chips. I think it's almost 5.5, 4.5 big blinds. There we go, 550K.
And
bad timing.
Yeah, and this is where ICM makes life just a little bit uncomfortable. You know you're supposed to come back over the top, whether it's a jam or a smaller 4-bet. But you also know you have 4 stacks that are pretty much tied with you.
I think that's almost all the more reason to go for it here. It's a little bit open season with no imminent bust outs. You've got a premium. less of an imminent pay jump going on. And also on top of that, you've got such a high-ranked hand. You know Chung Suk Che is not 3-betting light, so you might get called by some hands that you dominate. Might even get Chung Suk Che to fold hands like 9s. Dare I say 10s. If he's playing as tight as people perceive him to be.
Well, he's definitely folding king queen off, but he is posturing.
Has been one to take his time. Doesn't hurt to get a chip count. Find out exactly what your opponent's playing with, exactly what you have.
You're a bit more generous with this than me, Kyle. I think it's pure Hollywooding or posturing. I think he just wants to preserve his image, and that's okay. His image has really worked for him in one way or the other. He has a strong one, especially his 3-betting range. He'd want to preserve an image, but
we've seen him taking time with a lot of obvious folds so far. I think he just plays at that slow and steady pace. Make sure he's thinking through even the most obvious spots. Which on such a high stakes final table,
yeah,
I'm not actually that, like, I think a lot of people get upset with tanking when there's clear folds. I think there's something about human nature that if you get a little too overconfident in some spots, you start to make mistakes, and mistakes equal a lot of money on a final table like this.
that's the crazy thing about tournament poker. The price of a mistake just gets amplified the deeper you are in the tournament.
And you generally don't feel it because you're winning money.
Yeah.
Unless you're incredibly studied and you know exactly, you're going to look it up on the solver afterwards, just how much that mistake cost you. You generally don't feel it. You won money. Even if you made an absolutely horrendous mistake or tons of them, you're still going to leave at a profit. So it doesn't feel like you lost that money. But of course, if you're a grinder and you're grinding out in the long run, and you have to deal with the variance, missing out on money that was supposed to come your way,
and
in the
perhaps
thousands.
Even out your entire year.
Yeah. In live tournament, easily. Easily.
It ain't for the weak, this lifestyle.
No, unless you're playing live tournaments every day, that variance might not come around for multiple years.
That's why we love watching it. These sickos choose to do this for our entertainment. And of course, their bankrolls. Blind versus blind. Top pair on the flop. Gut shot for Bawu. Take a look at the website, folks, if you haven't yet. 500 if you're watching on YouTube. APT.poker. Check out the full schedule. The main event starts in 2 days. It's almost like we're starting the typical APT series today with the number of days we have to go. So many events every day. We'll talk about some fun ones in a moment. And then don't forget to check out the announcement we had for APT 2026. 2 trips to Jeju, 2 trips to Taipei, including the second APT Championship event, and a trip to Incheon as usual. All dates are out. You can plan your 2026 poker calendars or perhaps vacation calendars accordingly.
We just opened the APT Women's Championship event. Of course, I should also mention it is sponsored by LIPS, which is Ladies International Poker Series, a great sponsorship or partnership we have here with the APT, helping grow the game for women especially. I saw, it just updated, so I didn't read the whole article, but I saw a picture of Elfin and I went, oh no, did she bust? And then I read the headline and it said that someone was eliminated by Elfin.
Very
and I
nice.
went, wow,
Go
look at her
Elfin.
go. Look at her go. It was, Nguyen eliminated by Elfin just before the bubble.
We're in the money. Oh, Elfin coolered someone. Linda Nguyen. Aces versus Ace King.
Brutal, brutal.
I'll take it.
Right?
Go Elfin. Elfin, of course, APT presenter. You've seen her in pretty much every video or at the end of a feature table or final table if you have to do any interviews in Mandarin.
Yeah, and now officially cashing the Women's Championship. How good of a cash? Yet to be determined, but They are in the money, top 17.
Any cash is a pretty good cash in my book.
Yeah, well, especially Championship Series.
So tomorrow's a pretty fun one, Kyle. Considering it's Sunday, we are, of course, very friendly to the local Taipei poker community. So giving them some fun ones tomorrow. Come on down if you want to play. Let's see. My favorite pick would have to be the $100 Hyper Turbo home game Super Hold'em. That means 3 whole cards.
Oh, sounds like something I would donate to. Oh, but look at this. JP opening 9s under the gun. Again, just 5-handed. And Bawu with the hand of the day, the kings. Everyone has seen their fair share of kings on this table. Bawu Yun tosses in a time bank chip, wants to find the right play. Has approximately 30 big blinds to his stack. JP, the overwhelming chip leader. All you can eat for Bawu. And pocket jacks for Chung Suk Che. An absolute setup hand. Chung with just 20 big blinds. A near perfect spot to jam.
This is a sick spot.
And finds a fold. Doesn't even take that long. We knew Chung Suk Che was a bit on the tighter side, but that is a wild fold. The jacks quickly hit the muck.
But what a great fold considering Bawu does have the pocket kings. How did he know?
And now, oh wow. This now allows JP to come along for the ride. What could have been a huge 4-bet pot. JP would have surely been getting out of the way. Flop comes 10-6-3, 2 spades. Doesn't change anything. King still ahead.
You'd think this would have been a kings versus jacks, overpair versus overpair board, and now with the 10 on the flop, and of course Bawu with the pre-flop betting aggression. JP might want to get out of the way. The bet is small though, 500,000. Go try to peel one street. You are pretty likely to be up against overcards.
Makes a quick call.
Checking for spades, perhaps, none to be found. Jack on the turn, but of course, every time somebody makes a big laydown, they seem to be punished by the poker gods. Bawu would have made top set. He's wearing a mask, but I feel like I could see, as he looked away, that twinge of pain. Pocket kings, way the best of it. Looking to get stacks in, and there it is. And now pocket nines will smell the fact that it is much more likely they are behind. Ace king, ace queen, unlikely to commit in a spot like this. Ace jack and overpairs.
Yeah, maybe at most ace king, ace queen of spades, but even then, it just smells like defeat for pocket nines. The real story of this hand, the jacks folding pre.
And you did point out, Kyle, the speed at which he folded too.
Barely gave it a second thought.
Looked like a genius considering the pocket kings. Of course, the jack on the turn is going to be painful, but what a crazy hand. What a setup that ends up not causing too much damage, yet a huge swing.
Wow, Wu Yun walks away with the pot, but watching that back on stream probably is going to feel shortchanged by that exchange. That's going to be a tough one to see. It's very rare that you take down a pot and feel like you got ripped off, but I think in this case, that's going to be a tough one to look back on. Of course, results-wise, that jack on the turn, maybe it makes you feel a lot better, actually.
Babu's Hendon Mob is approaching 300,000 USD. Has made a serious addition to it already.
Oh, we'll certainly surpass that, I believe. He was just a hair below it, right? Yes.
Surpass the best live cash, you mean?
Oh, I meant 300,000, but yes, also the best live cash.
Yeah, that's 38,000 or so. Has already surpassed.
68 grand for fifth. It's a massive payday, especially for Chung Suk Che. Look at that flop. JP with the best of it. Nutter gutter.
Must be nice. Flop the joint.
Hard to get any value.
Tries to build a pot. Doesn't succeed, but I'm sure he'll take it. Some support for JP from our friend Kiwi Special in the chat, considering JP is a Kiwi himself. Don't know if any championship lines have gone out to any New Zealanders thus far. Be a cool notch in their belt. Do like seeing the country breakdowns at the end of the series. You know, treat it like the Olympics a little bit. See how many countries got how many lions.
Right.
Aces now for JP. When you're hot, you're hot. Now, he has suffered with aces before, you told me.
Yes.
So this is his third time getting aces at the final table?
That's correct.
My goodness.
Also had queens two hand after his two aces back to back.
Well, he just flopped the nuts and now has pocket aces. Ace 8 in the big blind.
I believe he's had kings at least once. It's a good day is an understatement.
Made better by the fact that Hajime pretty much can never fold. This is a small versus big pot. Could have considered a raise, but decides to just flat call. No 8, no ace, thankfully for Hajime. 2 spades though, and he does have the ace of spades. The flop is pretty good for aces, as most flops are for John.
Tanabe with 2 backdoors, blind versus blind. The ranges are typically very wide. Not the worst spot to go for a raise. Opts for a call. So I will have some showdown here occasionally. Ten of hearts not going to help that cause.
All the backdoor dreams killed.
I think JP will have to settle for 1 street of value. This should shut down the hand.
That's that. Still though, always a pleasant sight. Gets him back up to 7 million. JP continues to dominate this table.
Has more than 1/3 of the chips in play. Wu Yun not far behind, 5.1 million. Between the two of them, they are crushing this table at the moment. But even our short stacks, they are all neck and neck. All sitting between 20 and 22 big blinds. Still fairly deep for a final table. No one being forced all in anytime soon. And another strong hand. Hajime Watanabe. Ace queen in the small blind. Deceptive flat. Oh, suited. Still near the bottom of his range. Looks like he's going to take the bait, go for a bluff. Bad timing.
And surely this was a limp with the intention of coming back over the top in this spot, right?
Definitely.
So what about sizing now? Just have to go for all of it, I think. Anything else looks so strong and so sus. Also, you want to get the ace jacks, ace 10 suited to call it off.
I think given, yeah.
Rips
there
it.
Of course, we'll get a quick fold from Wu. Look at that, Watanabe on the verge of elimination. Not that long ago. It's chipped up to 3 million, 25 big blinds.
Squarely in the middle of the pack.
Only started the day with 1.5 million, has doubled his chip stack since then. Also survived 4 eliminations.
Kyle, when you enter a tournament, do you ever internally process the fact that you have to win all the chips?
It's not that frequent that I think about it, but it does cross my mind occasionally. And there's usually someone that says it at some point.
I like the mentality of realizing that everyone's chip stack eventually needs to be yours. Personally, I feel we should play tournaments and never color up. Old school WSOP style, just towers and towers of chips in front of you.
I think there has to be at least 6 kings in this deck.
Kings again for Hajime. Loose open from the chip leader, from the cutoff. Jack line off. In comes 3-bet. We have seen JP peel a bit as well, thinking back to the king's hand that we saw previously.
Yeah, not even a second thought from Chung with ace-9 suited.
I mean, the speed of these folds is just fantastic from Chung. He seems to be right most of the time. His opponent seems to have kings most of the time.
Chung starting to fall behind the herd just a little bit. But it's interesting. I think I used to have that thought occasionally about winning all the chips in a poker tournament. But I think it's such a weird headspace to put yourself in. It sounds like such a impossible feat to achieve. And then anytime you have won a poker tournament, it seems surreal how you somehow have every single person's chips. And at the end of the day, it's just a few tables of poker. You know? It's like playing a few games of poker that got you to winning everyone's chips. And
I like that too.
I think it's, while that is the truth that you do win everyone's chips, it's so far from that actual feat, that actual feeling, because of the blinds increase, because of the way tournaments are played. You just try to play your best game, hope the poker gods are on your side, and it just sort of happens. I think even like the pros would agree, because there's so much variance in tournaments. When you win,
it just
kind of just happens. You still have to play your best game to make sure you're not a losing player in the long run, to increase your edge, but tournament win is one of those things that there's always a little bit of a feeling that it was meant to be.
Funky board here now. 10, 9, 6, ace. The 8s have the only spade, and of course the gut shot, and the best hand at the moment. Now gets a check mark. Rob has seen this all before, bottom pair, but no 10 value bet this time by the 8s, as is to be expected on this board. Well over 7 million now. The rich keep getting richer. JP's making it look easy out there.
Nearly 500 of you watching on YouTube. So happy to have you here with us, watching this final 5. Of course, one player going to take home nearly $250,000 for first. Over that, if you count the 10K main event freeze-out ticket.
Rob looking a little forlorn. He's had a rough go of it, I think, in the last couple of orbits or so. Not much has been working out. Players are about 15 minutes away from the break, so that's usually a good time to reset, not to mention catch up on some hand and see what your opponents did.
Look at this, Watanabe getting involved with pocket deuces. Definitely a loose open.
5-handed, you think?
I think given the final table dynamics, maybe for the chip leader, but
he has a lot of momentum, certainly.
For sure.
Few hands.
He found that middling stack and did not slow down. And look at this, it's getting through. I would understand JP opening it, but especially with Watanabe opening and JP in the big blind, I feel like it's just you're setting yourself up for an uncomfortable spot. But
I kind of like deuces.
Yeah? People tell me they never loses, but I've experienced otherwise.
A pair's a pair, man. Boopsick in chat, curious about the prizes for the final table. Well, everybody has locked up 68,000 USD. Up next is 86,000. Then we get into the 6-figure USD scores, 109,000 for third place, around 150 for second place, and then a massive 100K pop, including the main event ticket for the APTC for first place. $250,000, give or take, in USD. Here we go. This man has never seen an ace-4 suited. He doesn't feel like raising. Bumps it up from the small, and is absolutely correct to do so. Bawu is just getting pretty frisky. We are 5-handed. It's a standard open, I suppose, in a way, but given the chip dynamics, I think this one is going to be let go. Masterclass being put on here by Sean Peter Rounsu from New Zealand. If it continues like this, nobody will stand a chance. Man barely makes a misstep. All the aggression working out in his favor. People always discount the mental momentum side of final table until somebody fights back and truly showcases that the chip leader can be bullied back, he can bleed. He's going to get a few extra folds, and he's going to have the mental fortitude, the pep in his step to keep making these aggressive plays. Somebody does need to step up. Here we go again, Queen 3 suited being opened up. This is an opportunity, ace-9 off in the small.
Watanabe has been on a roll. JP, I find a little bit more selective with his aggressive spots as chip leader on this final table.
Here is the fighting back. Great chips and a bunch of them grabbed. This is the kind of poker I love to see, Kyle.
Watanabe is on a mission, and he is not slowing down. Look at that, up to 4.1 million. Taking every spot.
the value of that takedown is immense. It does make JP a little less likely to open, a little less loose on the button. Maybe not attack someone's big blind when he otherwise would have. Lose a few chips. Crucial pickup in my opinion.
And this is so exciting to see. I feel like Watanabe, because he was so short, was forced to play very patient, very quiet poker for so long. And I was shocked to see it. Just the minute he got a taste of a stack over 15 bigs, I think it was 18 big blinds, is kind of where he started to get comfortable with all these aggressive plays. And he wasted no time at all to build his stack once he got a little bit of leeway.
And pretty surprising too from someone whose hand in mob is less than the first place prize in this tournament. Although once again, for the Japanese players, sometimes hand in mob not the most accurate reflection, I would say.
Right.
The skill level on display far exceeds what I would have expected on the hand in mob. Nice holding here with the ace-queen suited, and the 3-bet is in the form of a jam. Rob with the insta-muck.
Rob's been running into it. Almost all of his opens lately have been getting 3-bet.
Yeah, let's not forget he came in as a chip leader.
Yeah. I think he's been around long enough to know that sometimes you're just running into it, and I don't think he's super of the mindset that people are just attacking him like crazy. It wouldn't be the case. There has been a few times, but
let's hear some Rob stories in the chat, guys. Come on. We did have at least one person in the chat railing Rob. Sure, many of you know him. And while we're at it, how about some JP stories as well? Pocket fours now. Under the gun is the hijack, 5-handed. Absolutely no fear. All in. The 3-bet jam with the ace-8 off in the big blind. And the decision back on JP with pocket fours. 13 big blinds to call, 1.6 million, approximately 7 in his stack. Just lost a pot opening from the button.
you know Rob can be aggressive and find these spots to put on pressure, but wow, makes the call.
Does make the call. Big flip coming.
Actually thought he might lean more towards a fold. You already have the chip lead. You can keep applying that pressure in spots where you can be the one to put people in comfortable spots, and you're kind of flipping at best here. Even though your opponent's aggressive, you're still generally flipping at best, and they're going to have you dominated a good amount of the time.
Works out thus far. Pocket fours in the lead. Needs an ace or an 8 to stay alive. 7 adds a ton of outs. The open ender now 13 outs live, going once. Rob at risk. 10 for the win, the check mark, the rescue, and the double up. Neither player reacts, but that is a huge shift in momentum. Almost 2 million chips makes its way to Rob.
Rob's seen this too many times. He just goes, another day in the office. I don't know. I could never not react to that. Might be a little stoic, but would be so excited on the inside. Have to show a little bit of excitement. But Rob's been doing this much longer than we have. I mean, hell, this series alone, Rob has already had his share of final tables.
And a trophy. Incredible.
He goes, just another day. It's my 4th time here this series.
Gotta win flips to win tournaments. Mr. Rob Holling still with us from the Netherlands. Looking to make his mark here at the APT Championship in Taipei. About 5 minutes from the break now. It's gonna be a quick one as always. What do you think of this session so far, Kyle, going down from 8 to 5?
I've just been thoroughly impressed with the level of play for all around, the whole table. Even, you know, someone we've talked about a lot, Sung, with the smallest amount of Hendon Mob experience on the table. Yes, they have been a little bit tighter with their ranges, and maybe some people have been trying to play exploitatively against that, but nonetheless, still really holding his own. For someone with that level of experience, keeping up the fight, and finds himself in the top 5 for a monstrous cash compared to anything he's ever seen, at least recorded by Hendon Mob.
Yeah, that's going to be raised. Fair enough. Ace-10 off. Let it go. Just have a new dealer join us. Welcome, welcome. 15 bigs the shortest stack, 45 bigs the largest. This is the level where we have a huge jump coming up, 120 to 160. Stacks will get compressed by 25%, so the short stack will start feeling the pinch. I think all the players could use a reset. As you mentioned, it's been a tense level or two.
Yeah. I mean, everyone taking their spots where they can. Everyone running into an abnormal amount of premiums for a final table.
True.
It is definitely a hot deck that we have seen on the stream. Chung going for the 15 big blind jam with ace-8 off. They've been respecting the crap out of Chung so far. I'm not even sure Watanabe thinks too much with this. Nope, queen 10 suited. Almost an insta-fold. Chung realizes he is the clear short stack and probably playing a lot of his range as jam or fold around that 15 big blind mark as the short stack, I would imagine. I know maybe on a final table more people opt for opening from, you know, maybe 12 to 15 bigs as opposed to jamming.
It's risky, but given his image, he would actually get a lot of better aces to fold.
I think he'd get a ridiculous amount of hands to fold. From what we've seen so far, I mean, with less aggressive committed plays, we've seen 9s fold, we've seen 10s fold.
JP finally has a hand he can fold on the button, the 5-deuce. And Hajime has a hand he could consider folding the small as well, depending on the small blind strategy. Limp seems more likely, but it's just so ugly, 7-4 off. Ace-Jack suited, though, in the big blind. Should go the way the previous blind battle went. Raise and a reasonable fold.
Would be standard.
We have seen Hajime take his time with these folds. Yeah, same pattern. Not one he wants to come along for. 3.7 million is comfortable.
Well, before you got into the booth, we saw a very interesting I don't know if I call it a play, but Hajime used 3 time banks right before the first break. I was surprised to see, I couldn't really figure out what incentive he would have to wait out the break. He wasn't next to pay the blinds. He was kind of the short stack with no one else close to him. Don't really want the blinds to go up before you can get another hand in.
Was it a tough spot or?
Nope, clear fold. It was a clear fold, and I think he knew that, and we could tell because he was using the time banks and just looking at the clock. And then he waited till the break came in, and I wasn't really sure what the goal was. I'm not sure. It was a bit of an odd choice, but nonetheless, we did see it. And time banks on a final table, in my opinion, are so valuable. You're going to need to think through a tough spot occasionally, and to use it to get to a break. Something about it mattered, and I'm not sure what.
Well, he has only 1 left.
Yeah, I don't think he's used any since. Very fast player once he's gotten into it, but Bao Yun with ace-queen suited versus JP's loose cutoff open. Of course, putting that big stack to work. Again, selectively, not really with opening hands, but probably because Chung is in the big blind. And not even a 3-bet
This
from
seems
Bao.
pretty wide to me, Kyle. I don't know about you. 3-9. Not the juiciest holding. And look at this, just a flat call.
This would be a wild fold if Chung did not defend here.
Oh, that did not even cross my mind. I just thought the decision would be between calling and raising. Or squeezing, to be
Given what we've
precise.
seen with Chung's play, I mean, I guess it's possible. I think he's leaning towards fold or call here. Oh, I stand corrected. He does go for it.
Not,
Maybe I don't have the read. I think I do.
Yeah, he's not the most predictable player.
No.
But it makes a lot of sense to squeeze here, and it's actually Bao who's essentially trickily trapped him, dominating ace-queen suited against the queen-jack suited. Chung takes the spot as the shortest stack. Understandable. Very nice induction by Bao. Heading to the flop. King 7-5. King of hearts for some extra hope. Jack needed. No heart, no 10 means it comes down to 3 jacks. And the ace seals the deal. We are down to 4 here at the APT Natural 8 Cup Championship.
But honestly, a massive congratulations to Chung Sok-che, eliminated in 5th place for a whopping 68,000 USD. This man only has 17,000 lifetime earnings. His biggest cash was a 4K win earlier this year, actually. 4th place finish. That was his best finish ever. 4th. 5th, not far behind for way more money. An absolutely massive score for the Korean on his Hendon Mob. Well played in this very tough table. I think he really held his own and surprised me in a couple spots from what we saw. Can respect the squeeze jam there. Unfortunately, was trapped. And we are now in our top 4. They have locked up 86,440 USD, playing for that $250,000 up top. Who will take it down? We will find out shortly after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I can feel it coming on. Waves of crimson on my cheeks. Is it right or is it wrong? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. Tell me how I'm all you want, everything you ever dreamed. Got me thinking, is this love? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it.
Step, I've walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I fought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you in
Step by
advance.
step, I walked 100 miles, and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road.
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles, and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road.
Desert hills and lonely places, heavy still without your traces, holding on to every breath we wasted, tender for your soft embraces.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Championship, coming to you live from the lovely Taipei, as you see on your screen. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined in the booth by Sam Insel. Sam, welcome. What a fun session we had. Action-packed, the card distribution not disappointing, but the players not disappointing either. And we've gone down from 8 when I came into the booth, now down to the final 4. It has been an exciting table, to say the least. Some comebacks were in order. We did see the man who came in as the chip lead at the start of the day, the man from Netherlands, Rob, make a crucial comeback in the form of a double up. And we lost Chung from South Korea. And we're down to 4 to have a big stack in the form of JP Roundsu. He has been kind of crushing, not really making a misstep. And this is the time to play perfectly. There is almost $250,000 US up for grabs for first place. That will then also come along with a $10,000 main event ticket. It's all to play for. What are you excited about? Who did you see in the first part of the table that is still around and making moves?
You know, like you said, JP has not made a misstep. I think he's been playing extraordinarily well. Did give a double up to Adrian not too long ago, maybe about 2 hours ago, but has once again reclaimed that chip lead. He's not afraid to go after it. We saw some very aggressive calls against specifically Kitty Kuo with pocket 4s, called 2 barrels with just pocket 4s on a 7-high flop, and managed to take that one down, gain the chip lead, has not looked back. He is, he's on a tear right now. He did just win a PLO championship 4 days ago for $30,000.
Wow.
And is now looking to extend that. You know, this is about 10x that. Oh, 8x. So a lot to play for, like you said. Everybody's been playing very well. I think they've just been adjusting very well to the dynamics of the table. I'm very interested to see who's going to take this one down. I think it's anyone's game at this point.
And there is the man who did close out the break with an elimination, thereby propelling himself into the chip lead. Ba Wu, Hun Shik Yun, showing us how to do it. Was the shortest stack at one point. The comeback is complete. Top of the leaderboard. Nobody's short, though. We did have a big level jump from 120k to 160k in blinds. Stacks are a bit scrunched, but still, everybody at least has 20 big blinds. We're plenty deep four-handed, and this is when the rubber hits the road. Four-handed poker is so difficult. You're constantly facing blinds and antes. Ranges have to be as wide as possible. Let's see what these players have to offer.
And some upsets as well, Vidar. We saw Kitty Kuo, 3rd in chips coming in. She was quite short on the bubble. Unfortunately, eliminated in 8th place. You know, courtesy, she lost quite a few chips to JP with an ace-king versus pocket 4s. Didn't get there, and right back into the action. Ace-6-3, monotone board. Hajime Watanabe with top pair. So Rob's just 10 high.
Hajime, representing Japan, of course, has had a unique style of play. It's been slow and steady for him. Does take his time on certain actions. This time, a quick check on the flop. Now there's 4 clubs on the board. Tricky check for pot control, but about the worst card in the deck. Not surprised to see another check. Club would chop it, otherwise the ace takes it.
See if Rob feels compelled to bluff at this with his second pair. I don't really think so. You're ahead of a lot of hands. And check, check. Sees the man from Japan. Will take it with his ace.
So I don't know if you'd pointed this out at the start of the table, Sam. Considering Ba Wu, I'm guessing by way of Korea, but resident of the United States. 9 players, 9 different flags represented at the final table. Obviously still the case with 4 players. So we have now the New Zealander, the Kiwi, JP Roundsu, mentioned Hajime, Robertus Holling from Holland, as it turns out. The coolest name, by far. Did mention Bao is still up top. I believe that's Joshua McCulley talking to JP. Little Aussie Kiwi kinmanship, I'm assuming. Someone in chat pointing out Hajime is from Tokyo. Very nice. His Hendon mob, although not always accurate for the Japanese players, his Hendon mob is lower than the first place prize here. Should be interesting to see how JP responds to no longer being the chip leader. Not too long ago, he was the one with 7 million chips. Now Bao Wu crosses the 7 million chip mark.
And for Bao Wu, he has taken a very low variance approach to this final table. You know, there's a lot of spots where he could have just shoved in his 20 blinds. It would have been, by solver standards, the best play, but instead opted to play post-flop, opted to make some tight folds, and has now moved himself into a very commanding lead, looking to take down this entire tournament.
I'll recount a few examples, at least off the top of my head, confirming exactly what you just said, Sam. Over the last session, pocket eights folded under the gun, 7-handed. Another time, chip leader, loses player on the table at the moment, opens cutoff. Pardon me. There was a cutoff open, and the chip leader flat calls the button, pocket sixes in the blind for about 12 bigs, and did not find the squeeze. That did get some comments in the chat, but this is why he has a different approach to the game.
Oh, we could see some fireworks here. Just a hair over 20 big blinds. Button versus big blind. Ace queen off, a powerhouse of a hand versus a button open. I would not be surprised to see a jam. Raising chips have entered the pot. Wait for a count.
I mean, this is just a cooler by any sense of the term.
Oh, a snap jam from Rob.
And I suspect a snap call, ace queen so strong, and in comes the bad news. These two have pretty much even stacks, and elimination or a massive, massive dent coming to Rob's stack. He's way the favorite though. What a great spot to be in. 4-1. And now 6-5-4 on the flop. Only 2 queens are alive. Rough shape. Hajime on the verge of elimination here. Oh, so close, but yet so far. That's a jack. We need a paint. Has to be the 2 black queens. And that is that. Right back from the break. A hefty stack for Hajime, but the cooler leads to his elimination. He does seem upset, and rightly so. Still, though, a fantastic performance here at the 3K, 4th place. Good for 86,000 USD.
And with that, our final 3 contestants have all locked up 6-figure scores, $109,000 heading to 3rd place, followed by $153,000 for 2nd, and that $250,000 if you include the APT Championship ticket for 1st place, $253,000 up top.
We might be looking at a $100,000 heads up, but let's not jump the gun. For now, GG to the man from Tokyo. Well played, sir, Hajime Watanabe. Oh, wait just a second. We're getting some accurate chip counts here. The dealer doing the hard work. The graphics slightly off. Speaking of jumping the gun, we might have jumped the gun on the elimination. Let's do a quick eyeballing of how many chips he has. 1 stack of blue. That's worth about 500. 1 stack of greens. That's 200. So about 700K or so still left. In with a shot. Don't lose hope yet, chat.
Yeah, looks like he's still got a little bit, so there is some hope.
Yeah, we apologize. The graphics should adjust shortly. Looks like he has about 800,000. We've come in at...
Blues are 5K, so that should be 1 mil for his stack, plus the greens, which is so 1.5 mil, I believe. Or is my math very far off?
Find out soon enough, as soon as the graphics update. I think a stack of 5Ks would be 100K.
100K, yeah. So I think it's got just a hair over 1.5 million. So still 10 big blinds. That's not nothing. And King Jack suited for Rob. Big, big hand, four-handed.
No shortage of big hands on our final table. Keep it coming, poker gods, across the series. We love to see them. As do the players, I'm sure. There we go. Yeah, the greens. 25. So yeah, 755. One stack of...
I think it's a little more. I think the graphics are still catching up because the stack of blues should be 1 mil.
No, 100, right?
Right, 100K. Okay, so I think it's got
Seems
800K.
accurate now, yep.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Ace Queen. Talk about good hands. No shortage indeed.
I like the decision to call. It seems like a very straightforward 3-bet, but with such a short stack in the small blind and being covered by Rob, I think it's a pretty good decision just to flat. And look at this flop. Ace, king, deuce, rainbow, top pair, top kicker for Bawu. Versus a very strong holding from Rob as well. Middle pair, backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw working for him.
These two have massive stacks. Hajime would love to see some fireworks between these two. Try to get that ladder, especially since they're so immense now. 24,000 is the next ladder.
We do see some raises in this spot. But Babu, like I said before, has been quite conservative, looking to just keep the SPR low, play some more post flop.
Jack on the river. Rob can do no wrong. Catches the 2-pair. He won a big flip against JP for his tournament life. He caught the ace-king, ace-queen cooler and held. And now the 2-pair on the river and the check mark. A value bet that should get paid. Bavu has the ace of spades blocker as well, so shouldn't be afraid of the board too much. He's in fact the one block betting.
See if Rob can find a nice thin value raise.
I don't see it happening. It just looks a difficult board. It went check, check, and then Bavu has let out. The sizing is a tell that he shouldn't be too nutted, but not surprised to see the flat call. He'll get the good news. 1.3 million added. We have a 10 million chip stack. And by the way, credit to Bavu. He is so stoic. His expression will never tell you about the result of a hand. He actually found a triple up and made zero expression.
It's quite surprising for somebody with just $300,000 in their hand and mob. First place prize is basically that, with about $250,000 going for first. Did come into our table fourth in chips with 2 million. Has done very, very well to 3x that in about 4 hours of play. No, he did get 28,000, so about 10% of his hand and mob was from a third place finish at APT Taipei earlier this year in a single day high roller. So no stranger to our APT final tables.
We talk about hand and mobs a bunch, Sam, but how about a shout out to Rob Holling for having a Wikipedia?
He's got a Wikipedia?
Hell yeah.
That's incredible.
I mean, don't forget, Justin Fairbanks was reminding us in the chat, he won an EPT title in 2004. Or 2005, pardon me.
I've got a very fun fact about that, Vidur. I was just speaking to Neil outside, president of APT. Do you know who was dealing to him?
No way.
At the 2004 EPT where he won.
Neil Johnson?
Neil Johnson himself.
That is so cool. 20 years ago. And now Neil is the president of the APT running a $10,000 main event that no doubt we will see Rob playing at, especially after this score.
Some blind on blind action. Bawu flopping gut shot to the nuts. Backdoor flush draw. Robertus might just have enough here to make a call, but decides against it. With his 3 to a straight.
All eyes on Hajime. He does look a little disappointed with the way things have gone, but it's well more than chip in a chair. I just pointed out Bawu actually got a triple up, and he had about 900K, I think he had. So certainly anything possible at final tables.
For sure, and going back to that, Hajime did come in 8th in chips, 1.5 million. So to come here to 4th place, you know, and the disparity between the pays is 27,000 for 8 compared to the $86,000 he's locked up. I don't think he'd be too upset. Obviously, 250,000 for first. There's still a lot to play for. Did just get coolered, ace queen versus ace king. However, cannot complain about a 25 buy-in jump since just sitting down this morning.
Absolutely. Well, he had to fold the rags under the gun, so the very next hand he's going to be putting in 40% of his stack blind.
Good spot for a stop and go.
I like this. You've been taking classes at Silver Linings University?
It's easy to find those silver linings in the booth, Vidur.
Much, much easier, I have to say.
Yeah.
Rob folds the mystery hand. JP gets a walk. He's been quiet the last orbit or so. No matter what your hand in mob, what your Wikipedia says, a $25,000 pay jump is no joke. It's going to determine what happens over the next couple of hands. Hajime being waited out. Oh, Justin in chat informing us. Thanks for the information, Justin, but sad news nonetheless. GG to Elfin, but great run, Elfin. Cashed in the Women's Championship event.
Oh, what happened? I walked over. She had quite a large stack. Yeah, the Women's Championship Day 2 is ongoing. They were in the money. They're down to the final 12 players, so she just was eliminated in 13th place. GG, Elfin Lin. You know, so Vidur, that event is massive. 119 runners in a $1,155 buy-in event. But let's get back to the hand because Hajime is all in with King 9 off versus John Peters, Queen Deuce off. Blind on blind action has 70% to be up to 1.4 million again. King 6-5 all diamonds. No diamond in either player's hand, up to 95% for Hajime.
Here we go. The comeback begins, although always a sweat. In comes the backdoor straight draw. 4 outs going once. And there is the 3, my goodness. Not like that. What a way to go. That being said, we just mentioned his fantastic performance. Came in 2nd from the bottom in chips, goes out in 4th place. $86,000 USD is the score. We look forward to seeing him at more events. No expression, as I told you.
No expression.
Bawu, just locked in.
Just locked in, and that is a $23,000 pay jump for everybody at the table. GG, Hajime Watanabe played a great game. 4th place finish, more than was expected from his 8th place in chips. He's done very well to secure himself $86,440, and we hope to see him once again in the main event championship.
You were talking about the ladies championship event. I am personally favored towards the mixed game championship, of course. The 2,200 USD 9-game single entry mix. Amazed to see the traction there, how much the APT has, may I say, almost single-handedly grown the mixed games tournament circuit. 65 runners for the $2,200 event. Is very, very cool to see.
So, Vidur, we had some requests to do commentary for that one. I know the live reporting team has to do that event, and some of them are struggling a little bit as they're not mixed game players, but I thought it'd be even more fun if we did it in the booth, as you are probably the only mixed game player out of all four of us.
Yeah, but that's like saying I'm the only lacrosse player amongst the four of us. I mean, the level matters, man. I have seen some mixed game coverage, which is a recent addition to global poker coverage. Just started last year. Credit to PokerGo for putting it on. You do have to have a different RFID setup to cover the mixed game, so it's a little bit difficult to pull off ad hoc. Maybe something we can add to future stops. There are a lot of terms to learn, man. 9 games, you know.
Was it, I think that was the one Nick Schulman won?
He came second.
Second.
Negrano won, yeah.
Oh, Negrano won?
Yeah.
Who was doing the commentary for that? I remember it was quite good.
I will have to get back to you on the names. It was excellent. They were both mixed game professional cash game players and happened to know a lot about different games. There was a lot of fun coverage at the WSOP this year as well, with Jared Blesnick covering the mixed games. That got a lot of love. So, you know what? We'll get one of them to join us at the next APT stop and try to get it on stream. I'm personally a big fan of playing them, as everybody who's ever heard me commentate knows, but I would love to add them to our streaming schedule also. The 3 deuce flops pretty good with the open ender here. 9-5-4. Easy spot to start firing, and there we go. Always nice to get a pick up with 3 high. $35, 38, and 50. This is a deep, deep final table 3-handed. I like it. JP with some fuel. Some vitamin C, it looks like. Rob doesn't need it. Going strong without. Bao's presence at the table continues to amaze me. Almost 110K USD locked up. 153 up next. $43,000 is the pay jump. Then we play heads up for 90,000 USD and the main event championship ticket. Justin saying in chat, the production team will be eager to know if we will upgrade their salaries in exchange for mixed games. Certainly a part of the consideration, but all depends on the players, Justin. They come out in droves if they support the way they have here at this series, and if they want it, if you guys want to see it, we'll make it happen. I'll certainly have some studying to do. What about my salary, Justin? Look out for me as well. Get some coaching. Maybe we'll stream one of the APT home games too. Little 3-2-1 flop action. 3 flops, 2 turns, 1 river. Good luck with the RFID. Decent hands battling, small versus big. Tricky these days to not raise an ace in the big blind, especially a strong ace like ace-9. And now it's John betting what I think he will feel like frequently is the best hand. Little does he know. It's a bit of a trap that had been strung by Bao, so he's certainly going to be coming along. Ace high, very likely to be the best hand on paired boards. Seven is a brick, and I do suspect a check should be incoming from JP. Yeah, king high, not the best hand now that he's been called. He's pretty capped, unless he was trapping a huge hand, considering he did limp the small. And he catches the 8 on the rivers. The rivers have been just so consequential on this final table.
It's a tough run out to get value. Your hand is most likely good, but it's very hard to think of a hand that is going to pay you considering the action.
JP has been amazing at getting thin value, though, including a multi-way pot. He's also showed down thin value hands to the table, sometimes getting called by bottom pair when he had third pair. I think Babu has been so perceptive. I mean, just look at this man. He's just absorbing everything on the table. Knows his opponent is capable of thin value. Could have been trapping the small. Let's see ace high go.
It's a very good fold.
Amazing. Called when ahead, folded when behind. If that's not good poker, then what is?
Had potential for a raise with the 9 of diamonds specifically. Thinks better of it. Everybody quite deep. 35 big blinds are shortest stack, with our biggest stack being just a hair under 50. It's a lot to play for three-handed.
One of these three will walk away with that trophy. You can just see out of focus behind Babu. The glorious APT Championship Lion. Do we have a name yet, Sam?
For the championship trophies, I'm just still going with the original ones, but maybe just throwing a championship into the mix. And the championship pewter, gold, and rose gold.
The Mega Lions?
Yeah.
And the main event trophy, of course, remains the Mufasa.
Yep. Yep, that's the one. We're having a lot of ace-high monotone flops. John Peter flopping Robertus basically dead. The Queen 8. Check, check on the flop. And turns 2 pair.
The pickup actually does bring their stacks much closer together. Right on the heels of Rob is JP. All three of these players have now had turns having the chip lead. Nobody seems to be interested in a deal at this stage. Do you think we get a deal heads up, Sam?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Between these three, you know, to not even have a chat about it at this point when stacks are so close, I think these three are going to play the entire enchilada. The $250,000 in the APT Championship Main Event ticket. Speaking of, we do have some satellites running right now with some very good value. Head on over, go play with our good friends Canal Putney, David Coe. It is the Step 1 Mega Satellite to Step 2 Mega Satellite. This is only for $350, 100 seats guaranteed. Right now we only have 196 players currently playing. Back to the hand, top pair from Rob. JP turning the open ender. Check and a call from Rob. Rivers 2 pair, but brings the 4-liner to the straight. John Peter with, this is the nut low, isn't it? Yes, it is.
8-4. Oh, yeah, okay.
John Peter has the nut low. Oh, Rob's going to lead. Might cost him a little bit of money. Maybe John is not going to bluff at this now. John seems like quite a studied guy, and with those types, they generally do bluff the nut low. Facing a lead on the river. Maybe inclined not to.
It is tough to bluff at it if you think your opponent is going to lead the fours, but these two have played so many intense spots with 3 bets, 4 bets. I think they have excellent reads on each other, and they both think each other capable of making moves.
So he may just think that Rob would rather check raise his 4x and could potentially just raise at this point.
Let's it go, though. Sam, I do have to commend you at instantly recognizing the nut low on a confusing board. Have you been playing any Raz, my friend?
No,
These are transferable skills, you know.
I sort of just said it and then hoped that it was as we analyzed it together.
Well, you were spot on. I sense some deuce to 7 triple draw in your future.
Please, no. No limit hold'em is confusing enough.
It really is.
And especially with all the fun events that APT brings to Asia. The Crimea Rivers, the 3 flops, 2 turns, 1 river, the individual rivers, so many fun home game style tournaments that you can play. And all of our dealers very capable of dealing every single one of these.
Shout out to the dealers. That is just incredible. I mean, there are dealers out there dealing 9-game mixes flawlessly. 9 games, folks. Do you understand what I'm saying? 9 different varieties of poker. 1 dealer.
I will say it's incredibly impressive when you've got 3 flops, 2 turns, 1 river, 4 hands at showdown, and the dealer's already pushing the pot over as the hands are flying over their backs.
Steal from the small by JP with the 10-3 off.
Knows his opponent.
Rob is above 50K at the moment. Not too much space between any of the stacks, though. You do feel the tension being stretched. Right now, the chips basically flying about equally between these 3 players. That one big pot can create the dynamic the chip leader is looking for. Under the gun, slash the button with King 8. You know this is getting open, as it should.
Rob not going to let him get away with the steal. We'll make the call.
Rob finding out that JP raised to 325. 5K over the 2x open. Queen Jack 7, so bottom pair for Rob. The old nothing for the King 8. Wet board, JP just decides to check behind. Years of experience on display here. The quick bet with 3rd pair to the board takes it down. Sam, good to be in the booth with you after a while. This is your 4th time in Taipei, if I'm counting correctly.
I believe so, yes.
Mine too. How's your experience been this time around?
Getting more used to it, feeling a little bit more like a local, knowing a few of the better food and drink spots, as I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah, loving it this time around somehow. Just something about the fact that it's a championship, I think. The buzz is certainly in the air. Just look at the 360. We can see our friends Greg goes all in, and Pocket Kyles. The real birds at the moment, 3-handed. Of course, the red space. What a venue with well over 100 tables. But yeah, I like this side of the city as well. It's not too far away from other venues the APT has been at, but tons of good restaurants. No shortage of cocktail bars. Went to a shisha place recently.
In Taipei.
They made us smell all the flavors before we chose.
That's
ranging
very
from
cool.
raspberry, blueberry yogurt, cream soda, peach, and whatnot.
And what'd you settle on?
This is the funniest part. You settle on a mix of two fruits, let's say raspberry, blueberry, or something like that.
Okay.
But then this was such an intense, like, I'll just say it, hipster shisha place, that they added 3 more flavors without even asking us. It's like a mixology for shisha, basically.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, I just added some cream soda because it goes well. And also, you should try the green tea. We're like, okay, that's nice. She's like, yeah, I added it already. Taipei knows how to do the finer things in life, I think.
They certainly do. Got a pot developing. Ace 9-6, all diamonds. Another monotone ace high flop. And look at this.
Pink.
Queen
Sick.
Jack dominating the Queen 9. Rotated and once again rotated. 1.3 million.
Oh my
and
goodness.
again. Have you ever seen a quadruple domination rotation, Vidur?
Where do we even end up? The best hand became the worst hand, became the best hand, became the worst hand.
So John should try to squeeze out a tiny bit of value.
Oh, he will. He's been good at that, as I said. That's a bunch of grays being grabbed. That is
Whoa.
a big bet into 1.3 million.
You typically see block bets in this. Oh, sorry. I thought the Jack was a Jack of diamonds.
Oh, it's not
Okay.
4-2 a flush on
Yeah,
the board.
this is a bit more reasonable.
He knows he has the best hand, broadly speaking, so he's gone for a size where he can rep some missed diamond bluffs, straight draws, etc. Still kept it under a million. Every spot feels so crucial, but this one in particular, it would put quite a dent in Bao's stack. Players have been slightly even in stacks, shuffling chips about. This will create a big rift.
Bao has been quite conservative in these spots. He's going to think over his options.
Nice fold. Makes it look easy at the end of the day. And for all the conservative decisions you correctly mentioned Bao has been making, I don't think he's really been exploited that much. He's made tight laydowns, spots that maybe could have gone one way or the other. But it's not like people have taken advantage of that too much. He tends to be making the right decision when he's making the disciplined fold.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. It seems more he's just doing the exploitative folds based on his opponents. And it's up to his opponents to start to readjust to him. Rob, the big stack, putting it to work. Queen 8 offsuit.
Ace, jack, jack, double paired board, single paired board, pardon me. Both players with a queen. The 22 outs are actually for Bao, but a chop is pretty likely. Just a quick takedown. Big stack in position. Gets the advantage, as it tends to. So Bao now down to 4 million. The shortest stack on the table, clearly now. Still 25 bigs, though. So I have a prop going now with Kyle Sam. I won't tell the numbers until we make our own, but what do you think the main event entries are going to be?
Ooh, okay. 6-12.
And you'll take the...
That's the line.
You're offering me the line?
Yeah.
All right. I'm in an optimistic mood when it comes to the APT Championship. So, easy over for me.
Sounds good.
I have a sandwich bet with Kyle. You can feel free to pick the stakes. STAKES, not stakes. But if that's what you want.
Let's do... winner gets to pick the shots of the players' party.
Are you sure?
Yes. I am sure.
I'll
I've done it
take
before.
I'll take it. I don't have some of the gut issues you do. Let's lock it. I love it.
Babu, very strong hand on this board, but quite vulnerable. Could be incentivized to size up just a little bit.
About half pot.
Yeah, looks like he will. Perhaps ace-8 of diamonds will be strong enough to continue. Let's see if Rob wants to continue with ace-high, backdoor straight draw. He does not.
Good time to find the fold button, even though he was in position with an ace and some backdoors. Maintains the heavy chip lead.
Yeah, so it's roughly about 570 entries into the main event. Will guarantee a $1 million payout to first.
That's right. Fred did give us the number 568, and that is where Kyle wanted to set the line. We actually upped it to 600, so I have the over anyway.
And do you take the over for mine as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So not technically sandwiched. Sandwich would be between ours, right? If you took the under for mine?
No, my bet with Kyle is for buying a sandwich.
Gotcha.
There's a sandwich place we've been going to.
The Cubana?
The Cubana place.
Yeah.
Chinitas, right?
Yes.
So it seemed appropriate. But I see your confusion.
Queen Deuce of Hearts opens 10-8 off, will defend. These pots are so big now, nearly 1 million in the middle. Just a standard raise and big blind defend.
It is so crazy to think about in terms of equity value. These pots are tens of thousands of dollars each. Standard C-bet on King 8-7 Rainbow. Nice middle pair there. Easy check call. Six adds a lot of spice to this board. Backdoor draws for both. Gut shot for John Peter, but the hearts are coming into play for Babu. And I think once you take a stab on that flop, you are tempted to fire, but the 6 is pretty connected to the board. Yeah, decides to check back and realize his equity. Does not want to get blown off his own draw. And now the 6 of spades is the check mark for the pair of 8s. We've been giving JP a lot of credit for thin value. Let's see what he chooses to do. Just a check, and good timing for it. Could induce. Checks behind. Queen High has just about some showdown against the Jack 10, Jack 9s. Could have influenced his decision to just hope for the best. So a few more blinds go the way of JP. Did have a suggestion from Justin in chat, Sam, to try and stream the Women's Championship event to the extent we wrapped up early. I don't think that's going to be possible now, but fun idea for next time for sure. Don't forget, folks, the schedule is out. Asian Poker Tour 2026. 5 stops, including a repeat of the APT Championship. Pretty much the same time next year. And what a bold move to announce the next one before we even have the main event for this one with a $5 million guarantee. Taking a look at the other fun events today. The Limit Triple Draw. A 7-game mix of just Limit Triple Draw. That is wild. Have you heard of some of these games? One is called Archie. High and ace through 5. Badoogie, Badasi, Badusi.
So I've heard of all those except for Archie. I'm not going to pretend to know what they are, but I have heard them.
Fun ones though. Super Hyper Turbo, late at night. The Bot Limit Omaha High Win the Button event. 5-card PLO, that's always fun.
So win the buttons are very tough for live poker because of the big blind ante. You know, you get somebody that wins 5 buttons in a row, you're down 10 bigs.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah, it doubles it essentially. And what a flop for John Peter. With a quick check back, and we see the 3 of hearts on the turn. Rob picking up the flush draw, could be incentivized to put some money into the pot. 900K out there. Very small bet from Rob. John makes the call. Ace of heart, ace of spades on the river. Rob's giving up. Check, check.
Question in chat, is APT coming to Vietnam? Unfortunately, not next year. Of course, we do tend to visit Phu Quoc amongst many other Vietnamese destinations. You can check out the schedule on the website, apt.poker, or just follow us on our socials so you get all the updates. But schedule is out. Jeju is the next stop. Very curious about one of the signature events of today, the Super High Roller, which this time around is a $25,000 buy-in. 81 runners for that. We're down to 17.
I believe it's 11 paid.
The prize pool there ended up almost
15th.
15 paid, so 2 away from the money. The prize pool ended up almost 2 million USD.
That's incredible. So I remember seeing this last night. I believe we were around 40 runners last night. And we were open for 1 level of late reg today. Yeah. And it just shot straight up to 81, doubled in entries essentially in just our last level of play.
You know how these sickos are, man. Late reg, as long as it's open, they'll fire. And some of them, of course, plan to fire on day 2.
First place. Max late reg is just around 30 blinds.
Yeah, so it's very pleasant. And also there is some EV to be eked out by max late regging. You do see pros do that strategically sometimes. On the other hand, if you feel you have an edge playing deeper stacks, it makes a lot more sense to reg early. There's also some essentially rakeback discounts for regging in the first level. So pros tend to do that as well for value. First place there is going to be over 425,000 USD. That is the final table we will be streaming tomorrow, so I guess we're about 8 spots away from hitting the FT there.
We are. There was some discussion between the players of continuing play today. They just want to play a little bit longer, but obviously APT very happy to accommodate the players and up to their discretion.
They're ponying up 25 Gs.
They are. But good news for you folks, we may cover a little bit of superstar content if that is the case. But that is yet to be said, as the main focus will be on the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout for today. Woo, gonna get some thin value, 175,000 on the turn. John Peter looking him up with the ace-3, keeping him honest. Deuce of diamonds on the river.
Loving this 10 value. And a quick call, it seems. Bawu claws back some of those chips. He'd been bleeding. This is why Hand and Mom is so confusing, Sam. I mean, with about 300,000 on his Hand and Mom, Bawu's performance absolutely mimicking the others who might have 10 times the live earnings. Could be tons of online experience, could be some other explanation. It's just been a very impressive presence at the table. And I do mean presence as well, the posture, the composure. Seems to have a lot of experience behind it.
I was discussing this earlier with Kyle. You know, sometimes when you sit down, you haven't played poker in maybe a week, you sit down at a 2-5 cash game, and you're a little bit nervous the first two orbits. Imagine sitting down at a final table where the difference between 9th and 1st is $200,000. And just trying to get your nerves settled early in the morning too. You've just had your coffee, you're a little bit jittery, and just coming in and playing your A game. It's impressive.
Very, very impressive.
Keep in mind, this is a 4-day event as well.
That is true. This is day 4. What a grind it's been to get to this point. And what an event, really. Almost 500 entries for a Freezeout, a $3,000 buy-in. The Natural8 Cup Championship event has been a smashing success. 1 million USD was the guarantee. Crossed that by about 20%, all thanks to the support of the players. This is what it all comes down to, though. 3-handed. The difference between 3rd place and 1st place is an astounding $140,000. Speaking of Hand and Mob and Superstars, I can see the brown hoodie at the back, out of focus. But a legend who joins us at the APT often, Dominic Nietzsche, over 21 million in lifetime earnings.
One of the first to start adopting the solver era. All the Germans, actually. I think they were the first ones on board. There was a point in time where the top, I think, 8 out of 10 GPI players were all Germans. Just so dominant.
If I remember correctly, Dominic was also part of, or the founder of, one of the early apps to train for solver solutions. I think it was called DTO.
That's
and you
right.
could just train hands and compare them to solver results. Essentially gamifying studying poker, which is pretty cool. DTO, I wonder if he named it after himself.
Dominic Theory Optimal.
Yeah.
And a loose open from Robert. It's an okay turn.
Heading to a chop now.
Most likely.
Queen would be a cool card. Kicker would play.
It would. See if Rob goes for a little bit more value. Tough to think of hands that can call besides perhaps ace high, 4-3. But he will go for it. 375,000 is the ask. Targeting perhaps some king X diamonds, ace X diamonds, 4-3, 5-3. Ace 3 perhaps.
The bet is pretty small, so I doubt this happens, but Getting a chop to fold would be an amazing result to target as well. That being said, chop it up. This is just them splitting up blinds and antes from the third player. I've still been asking chat for some stories or insight into these players. I suspect as the word spreads and you get deeper and deeper into this huge event, we do have some friends and family joining us. Did see support for Rob from Sai Chen in chat. Kiwi Special, of course, frequent commenter who joins us on our stream. She's been, of course, supporting the fellow Kiwi.
Justin has a comment in chat saying he had noticed they were paying 18% in the super high roller. I did notice on the payout screen, or sort of like the tournament clock outside, it did say 20% in the money. So maybe it's just a slight rounding. But looks like a few more players will be in the money for the super high roller than normal. Off to a flop, and that is top 2 for Rob in the big blind. 8-7 of spades, taking a stab. Looks like an immediate check raise from Rob. And a quick fold. Done and done. 9.1 million. And Robert stack.
Despite the stakes, all 3 players are just so calm and composed. Just another day at the office, it feels like. I was talking to some players who are joining us in Taipei for the first time. The excitement of the championship brought them here. And you and I haven't had a chance to talk about this, Sam, but some absolute legends out there on the floor. I'm thinking Eric Seidel, John Chuanda, some of the old school guys who have graced us with their presence. I find it pretty exciting being a fan of old school poker TV shows and coverage myself. And I think what's really cool is that if you're a new player, you could be playing a $100 tournament right next to these guys. You're on the same floor, of course. Your table could be next door. You're watching the feature table, which tomorrow will have a $25,000 final table. Day after, the $50,000 final table. And the APT series is such that you could be playing a home game 3-2-1 right next to it.
And we even have some of our high rollers. People, wow, let's hold on, because
What
Robert has top pair. John Peter has an open ender to the nuts on both sides. However, with 3 spades out there, but Babu has just turned a set, a piece for everybody. And Robert with 0% equity is betting out 700,000.
JP calls quickly with the open ender, and now what do you do with the set? You don't want to risk a 9, a jack, a 7, another spade coming out.
However, if you raise and get called, it's quite likely you're up against a flush or a very strong hand. We'll just call in position. This pot is ballooned up to 3.2 million, a rare 3-way pot to the river. And it comes the 7. John Peter makes the straight. Robert checking wisely. How much value can John extract? There is a flush available.
Full stack of grays, that's 2 mil. And there's just no way to get away from this. Surely with a set, So many worse hands. Could be betting for value. You don't love it. More often than not, JP will have the kind of nutted holding. Top straight or a flush, considering the game flow. Call the turn, bet the river. I mean, in theory, you could make this fold sometimes, but I just don't see how. It would be extremely, extremely exploitative. You would have to give your opponent credit for exactly the hand they have. It's for about 60% of his remaining stack. Sam, do you think there's any way he gets away? Well, never mind, just as I ask. The 2 million is laid out. He does have top pair, but I don't think this is much of a decision. Rob lets it go, and Babu gets the bad news. What a comeback here by JP. 10 million crossed.
What a pot that was. Rare to see a three-way pot. Babu left down to just 9 big blinds, just a hair over. We'll be in the big blind the very next hand. We'll have to post 2 out of those 9 blinds. And look at that, 62 and 50 blinds versus 9.3. A very unfortunate run out for Babu, turning the set and then still losing to a river straight.
Did you notice though, Sam? Still no expression. And that is very commendable, considering what just happened.
No kidding. But going back to what we were talking about, the side events, we even have players with over 20 million on their hand and maul playing the $100 events.
Yeah.
And they're so happy to be there. They're so much fun to play with. So there's definitely something for everyone. Is there anyone you're most excited to see on our stream tables? Some legends of the game.
Absolutely. I already mentioned Eric Seidel. I think longevity in poker, and perhaps a good time to talk about this considering we do have Rob on our table. Not to out him too much, but he is in his 60s. He has a Wikipedia page because he came to light during the heyday of poker in the post-moneymaker era. So he's just been crushing it for 20 years. And Eric Seidel, I mean, think about what brought him to prominence, coming second place to Johnny Chan in the early 90s at the WSOP main event. The amount of love for the game, natural talent you need to have to just be dominant in the game. For a long time, he was on top of the all-time money list, in fact.
A long, long time, yeah.
And I think it's very cool to see him around here. Now, some legends are global, some legends are well known everywhere, but there's an APT legend in the form of Joseph Jong. I'm always happy to see him. He's well known globally for all his accomplishments, but he is the winningest APT player ever, I believe.
Not anymore.
Oh.
So in Jeju, he was the closest to cross the 1 million in the new era mark. Close behind him was Tanasorn Sailor, only 60K away. Guess who just crossed the $1 million mark in Jeju?
Oh, Abraham Seasman.
Abraham Seasman is now the
course.
most winningest player.
Very cool.
Of the APT new era. The first one to cross 1 million.
Well, getting second place and first place in the main event will do that for you.
The man has made, I think, 4 final tables for the main event. Heads up for 1. And then taking down, I think, $500,000 in Jeju. A crazy accomplishment. And Rob out-flopping the pocket queens. 1.7 million out there. How much value can Rob extract from John's pocket queens? Quick check on the turn. As you see the 5 of diamonds roll off. Does Rob want to be greedy? Reasonable. Very reasonable.
Reasonable enough to pay off, you think?
Yes. For queens, yeah. For that price, I don't think you need to think too hard about it. Just pay the man his money.
Pay that man his money. Chip lead shuffles again. between these two. Any names you have in mind, Sam? And by the way, credit to all the sort of new age poker creators as well who've joined us. Many of them out there in the field as well. So a good mix of the old school and the new school.
I believe we actually do have Rampage joining us, which is surprising because last I saw he was doing a cross-Canada road trip with Wolfgang.
Oh.
But back to your question, the person I'm most excited to see has got to be Michael Adamo. Very inspired by his game, and I was shocked to hear he was playing. I didn't believe it at first, but the man has already fired 2 bullets in our super high roller, which isn't much for him considering he plays 500Ks and 1 mils. But I'd be very interested to see his plays on the stream, as we only really get to see him on final tables, so it'd be very cool watching him play through the championship in those early stages.
I have a feeling he's going to make it to a feature table.
I have that feeling too, but with so many notable names out there, it'll be tough to pick. Rob with a pocket pair, and John with the king 3 off, 9, 7, 6. Neither player connecting with the flop. However, John does have backdoor flush draw. Some counterfeit outs now for the deuces. 1 big blind bet is good enough.
Justin correcting in the chat, he's actually fired 3 bullets. Michael Adamo, that is. The thing with playing super high rollers, which for Michael Adamo might be another day at the office, but because there is no edge to be had supposedly in a tough field, you just have to take every plus EV spot you get. So the chances of actually firing bullets is higher in the higher buy-in tournaments when the player field is just so stacked.
Yeah, you gotta be a real sicko to start firing down payments multiple times a day.
No. Sam, you cannot think of poker like that.
Absolutely not. And
oh,
here
look
we
at
go.
This. Jam from the small, considering the 4 big blind stack remaining, and a very favorable pickup here, the ace-7 against the 9-7. Got to root for the short stack here. Let's not have a domination rotation. And right as I say that, there is a 9. Still no expression, but that has to be a dagger through the heart of Bawu. Now needs the Barry Greenstein, otherwise we will be heads up. And the king seals the deal. Bawu Hyun Shik Hyun leaves us in 3rd place. An amazing performance, an inspirational presence at the table. Does walk away with almost 110,000 USD. Not too bad from a 3,000 USD buy-in, but 2 spots away from all the glory. And we will now be heads up for the Natural8 Cup Championship. A championship mega lion to play for, not to mention $250,000, including the main event ticket.
Yeah, so looks like we are going to take a short break as we do set up for heads up. That mega lion, our new age trophy, will be entering the table. And this is going to be a deep heads up match, Vidir, between 2 of, I'd say, you know, we have the most experienced player at the table in the form of Rob, but I think JP has been the most notable player, has been taking every spots, made a very nice, so Kitty Kuo 3-bet him, and he called with 4s, and they went to a flop with less than 1 SPR. He called a tiny flop bet, he called the turn correctly, and managed to chip up from there and just pedal to the metal. Did double up Adrian at one point versus a runner-runner 2 pair. It did not deter him. I've been very impressed with his play, not losing a step, and he has earned his seat in this final 2.
I certainly agree. Watching him play over the last 3 hours or so, he has put on an absolute clinic, both when he's been the chip leader and also when he's been fighting for that chip lead spot. As it happens, we're going into, you mentioned a deep heads up, almost an even heads up, pretty much 50 bigs versus 50 bigs, all to play for. Stick with us as we cover the exciting finish to the Natural8 Cup Championship. We'll be right back.
Poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
But
for
I'll
me?
find a way, with or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sins. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Nah, I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready
But
to
I'll
say?
find a way, with or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sins. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sins. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Fumbling on you, I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you, I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been
I'm up that hut hike, I'm up the gut, then spike. I'm on my Mark Sanchez, I'm off for butt all night. So yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels been spinning, I'm going against first in a couple of inches. But yeah, she flooded the engine and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly. And I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie, I gotta move these right loose. She hit like brewski and that proves you can't expect nothing but truth. I just be
fumbling on you, I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been through. Fumbling on you, I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take our time. Got a lot we've been
Hey,
through.
she know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearn for the limelight. Spend a couple hundred for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take it down, yeah. Gotta let we been through. Fumbling on the knees. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take it down, yeah.
I can feel it coming on. Waves of crimson on my cheeks. Is it right or is it wrong? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. Tell me how I'm all you want. Everything you ever dreamed. Got me thinking, is this love? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it, or trying to fight it, or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Championship here in Taipei. We are heads up in the Natural8 Cup Championship event. This was a freeze out, almost 500 entries, a huge prize pool of over 1.2 million USD. And here we are, two contenders, almost even stack and pretty deep, 50 big blind heads up, $100,000 to play for, 10,000 of which comes from the main event championship ticket. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined in the booth with Sam and Sol. Sam, this is going to be a fun one and a tense one. These two are even stacked, and right before we went to the break, you mentioned how they have hardly made a misstep. They have tons of experience, tons of live earnings, but this would be a cool notch to add to any career, not to mention that glorious APT Championship Mega Lion. What are we thinking in terms of this heads up?
So, for me, I feel like Jean-Peter Rounce-Su has a slight edge. You know, he's a bit of a newer player. There's been a lot of differences. But first, let's go over to Greg Goes All In for the intro.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freeze-Out event. A 3K buy-in, 490 entries, and we are now down to our final two players, both of whom are competing not only for the APT Championship Main Event ticket, not only our brand new APT Championship Lion Trophy, but also the very cool 7.5 million Taiwan dollars up top. Folks, in this corner from the Netherlands, we have Rob Hollink, and in this corner from New Zealand, JP Rounce. Let's go ahead and check in with our players. Now, Rob, you, of course, are a veteran to the poker community. Huge score in 2005, a bracelet in 2008, but a relatively newcomer to the APT. What made you come out to the APT?
I played once before in Vietnam, in Hanoi in 23, I think, and I really liked it. What I like is that they're actually different from this event. There are a lot different events every day. A lot of turbos, so it doesn't take that long before something's going on. But it's actually the first longer tournament I played, so I missed a lot of the short ones. But it paid out so far, I guess.
And with over $4 million total lifetime earnings on Hendon Mob, I have to ask, what would this trophy mean to you? Another day in the office or something more?
No, really a lot more. I really like the trophies. I think these are the best in the whole circuit. I mean, I really like the trophies. And well, I didn't play much for like 10 years, and now I started playing a bit last couple of years, but it's a lot of fun to me. So, yeah, I really enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Rob. And now checking in this corner from New Zealand, it is JP Rounce. JP, same question to you. What would this trophy mean to you? You've got $500,000 total lifetime earnings. Another day in the office or something more?
Maybe a little bit more. I mean, I've always wanted to win an APT Lion. It's been one of my dream trophies to win, I guess, in tournaments. Yeah, so it would be a big thing for my career, and hopefully I can get it.
Anything you want to say to your friends and family at home watching?
Yeah, thanks for all the support, not just this tournament, but the last year with you, and I hope I can get it. Good luck, us.
Thank you, JP. Folks, once again, that is your heads-up finalist of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freeze-Out. Back to the commentary booth.
Thank you so much, and this is going to be a big heads-up match. Both players, veterans of the game. And going back to what I said, I think Jean-Peter's got the slight edge. There's been a lot of new heads-up strategies that have been introduced by solvers. I'm not sure how much Rob has been keeping on, but I'm sure we're going to find out very soon as, heads up. They're going to play every single hand, especially with the big blind ante, a little bit different than online, with about 80% more in the pot in terms of just the ante alone to play for. So ranges are going to be very wide. For their full names, it's Jean-Peter Rounce-Su versus Robertus Hendrikus Bernardus Hollink.
Amazing.
Both players have 4 names.
Absolutely amazing, especially Rob, who I think sounds like that scene in Gladiator.
Yes. Yeah.
My name is Robertus Henricus Bernardus Hollink, captain of the poker industry, admiral of the chips. Are you not entertained?
And here we go. So interesting seeing a limp Generally see limps start to appear around 20 big blinds. A little bit of mixing going on at this stacked up, 40 big blinds effective.
50 actually, and that's one of the things I want to add to what you said about advantage. Robertus has tons of experience, and usually I'm in the experience corner, but we are so deep. Heads up, not a usual sight on our final tables. Certainly this is the moment where tons of heads up study could come into play. Got shots for both. Queen high in the lead.
Big bet and a quick call from John. And rivers the runner straight to kick us off. John will be our new chip leader, already on hand number 1 of heads up.
No hero call. Good time for it. Pretty much still even stack, but the slight chip lead now for JP. By the way, I loved how Greg phrased it during the heads up interview. He said, in this corner, makes it sound like a bout, a fight, a mental war that poker, especially heads up poker, sometimes is. These two contenders playing for something better than a belt, I would say. Loved seeing Rob acknowledge that this is the coolest trophy in the business. So I heard you had to lift one for a video. Is that the case, for a promo?
Not for this one, the old ones, yeah. These feel about twice as heavy.
Oh my goodness.
And the first ones were already heavy enough.
They come with a case, apparently.
Yes, like a little suitcase wheelie sort of thing.
I'm not a fan of that. They deserve to be out in the open all the time.
We can see if we get some clear cases so you can see what's inside them.
And don't forget, separate seat on the flight, whatever class you're flying. Buckle it in next to you.
A sticky call on the turn with the Queen 6. Wonder if he has plans on the river to bluff.
I have a feeling he's calling with the hope that he's ahead. Could be true some of the time. Now the follow-up. Amazing value bet found once again. JP has just been on top of these thin value bets. Goes half pot. Any pair is going to be good heads up, but JP has shown he can do this even multi-way. Once again, no hero and good time for that. 10 big blind cap between these two now. A lot of the heads up is determined, card distribution aside, by pre-flop strategies. Let's see if these two players plan to open it up from the button, have some 3-bets in mind, but they want to try to grind each other out and play post-flop. They both seem to have tons of post-flop skills. No deal, by the way, as a reminder to the viewers. Obviously, we are happy to facilitate and be transparent with you guys. So we are playing for $100,000.
It's quite literally $100,000 minus 60. So essentially exactly $100,000 with the added value of the APT Championship ticket. It's so nice to be here. We've been promoting this all year long. And now we are just 3 days away from covering the APT Championship here live. Our $10,000 buy-in, $5 million guarantee.
And 2 days away from the kickoff, so in case you're watching, all of you, don't forget, you can always come down and join us. Day 1 is on Monday. 57-41, still not much of a difference, not even a 3-2 chip advantage. Both of them seem hyper-focused. Good to hear Rob talk about coming out to the APT. Said he did not play much for 10 years. Well, here he is showing what he's made of. 490 entries, and he's heads up for the title. Quick bet and a takedown there.
This could go on for a while. 40 big blinds is very, very, very deep heads up.
And we have a nice structure, plenty of time in each level. Dealer change. Welcome, welcome.
I don't know how much you've been keeping up with the poker world, but have you been catching up with any of the big heads-up matches with Monarch lately?
Oh, of course. Aussie Katola, aka Monarch, challenging whoever will take the bait. I think the most recent one was online. Less fun, I have to say. I enjoyed the live ones with the banter, but online against Duck Bolt.
Yep.
Duck clearing a cool 1.2.
Yeah, but one of the hands that was against something Asian Flushy, where they just discussed it as, oh, this is typical pre-flop cooler for 100 big blinds, pocket 8s versus pocket 10s or something, you know, just a cooler. It's a $16 million pot.
Oh my goodness. Well, speaking of pockets, here's pocket 10s on the button. And here's pocket 7s. Sam, what in the world? Did you manifest this?
Oh,
not exactly
boy.
100 big blinds effective, 40 big blinds or so effective, but yeah, there's the 3-bet. And pocket 10s is just so strong. I think a 4-bet is almost mandatory. It's not the kind of hand you want to just flat in position. You want to add more chips to the pot. I think the decision is about to go back to being on Robertus.
So one of the things to think of here, you're heads up against someone, you don't know how they're playing heads up. If I just knew that this was somebody who's capable of 3-betting 7s and just knows that this is the correct play, was that an all-in? That
oh my
was.
God, he's ripped it. And Rob might think this is way more likely to be 2 overcards than a pair. This is heads up. It is very different. Pocket 7s, even for 40 bigs, in theory, could be a call. And he said call. He's going to be way behind. He is the shorter stack, and he is at risk of being eliminated 81% of the time. John Peter Rounsu from New Zealand is our champion. I don't think he's letting things hit him yet. Both players still very stoic as we head to a huge flop.
This is only hand number 3. We're already seeing a massive pre-flop. Like I was just saying, you know, pocket 8s, you're getting it in for 100 big blinds. This is only 40 big blinds effective. 7s, an immensely strong hand. You can see in his face, doesn't want to call, but knows he has to, and does make the call. Here we are, off to a flop.
Ace, ace, queen, some
Flop
unique
is ace,
chop outs,
ace,
but otherwise, rough shape.
Clean for JP's pocket 10s. Rob needs to find a 7 for his tournament life. Betty, the turn. Is the 10 of spades sealing the deal?
It's over.
Folks, please give up for your runner-up of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout is Rob Hollink. And give it up for your champion from New Zealand. It is JP Rounds. JP, congratulations, congratulations. JP, congratulations. What was it like going to this heads-up match? Y'all were very deep, evenly stacked. What happened?
Yeah, I thought there was actually going to be a lot of gameplay because I know my opponent's very aggressive and a very tough player. And I'm just very lucky that I was able to get a cooler 10s vs 7s, 50 bigs. As, you know, it's just standard sort of poker, and it went in my way. It was basically anyone's game, and I was lucky to come out on the other side. So I'm very grateful.
Very lucky run out there. And also, you've won the 10K APT Championship Main Event ticket. Do you usually play 10Ks? What's your experience playing 10Ks? Are you looking forward to this event? Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I've played a few 10Ks here and there. Yeah, I'm excited. It should be a good field. I come to play the main event, and this was actually just a side event that I'm lucky I won this. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the main event. It should be a good mix of players, big field, and a lot of fun.
And with the 7.5 million Taiwan dollars that you have just won, how are you going to celebrate? How are you going to spend the money?
Me and my friends have all come from Australia, so probably take them out, go out with them, and then maybe go on a nice holiday to relax afterwards. But just focus on poker for now, and until after, then I'll figure that out.
Amazing. Folks, please give it up one more time for your champion. It is JP Rounds.
There you have it. We have a champion. Shout out, first of all, to Rob as well. A fantastic performance for second place. Somebody's got to win it, and today it is the man from New Zealand. Holding up the main event pass, said he's played 10Ks before and is looking forward to this one. Said this one was a side event, Sam. Not a bad side event day at the office. Sign up for a 3K 4 days later, $250,000. And there is the trophy. Let's see if he's been working out and wants to lift it. There we go. That's a nice screenshot for your friends and family right there. What an event, and what a way to kick off our coverage of the championship events. This was, of course, a 3,000 USD buy-in, 490 entries. Up next, we will have the super high roller. That's the 25,000, followed by the 50K. But for now, kudos to all the final tablists. Some very notable names. Shout out to Kitty Kuo, the Taiwanese local who did manage to make the final table. Of course, we saw some amazing fireworks from Bao Wu coming in third place, getting that six-figure score, all the way down to Julian Andrew Warhurst grabbing $22,000 for his efforts. Plenty of action still to come, folks. For now, Sam and I will be looking forward to the 25K tomorrow. Sam, we did talk about how the main event is just a couple of days away in terms of day one, and then the coverage starts day two. 25K tomorrow, 50K, and then the main. This might be the greatest series of events we've ever covered together. How are you feeling about what we have to offer?
So, Vidur, I am so excited to be covering the APT Championship here in Taipei at Red Space. Like you said, our $25,000 buy-in. We're supposed to just cover the final table tomorrow. The players sort of looking like they want to play down a little bit further, so it might be a short one, which means we will get a little bit of Superstar coverage tomorrow, but we will cover the Superstar final day the day after. That is a $50,000 buy-in. Some very notable names, I'm sure, will be jumping into that field. It's going to be a ton of fun, and following that, our APT Championship days 2, 3, 4, and 5, our final day, crowning a winner in our $5 million guarantee, our ultimate main event championship.
Well, Sam and I have some prop bets going about how many entries we get for the main event. Join in on the fun for all of it. We appreciate you being here, whether it was for friends or family, or just to join us here at the coverage of the APT Championship. Hit subscribe if you have it on the way out. Make sure you join us for the events tomorrow, day after, and for the rest of the series. We have more events after the main event, also the mini high roller as well. A little bit different than how we do it. The APT Championship, I should say, in full swing. If you're around, trust me, just come down. It is going to be a fun weekend here, followed by the main event madness. You don't want to miss it. Come say hi to Sam and I in person as well. But for now, we will bid you good night and see you tomorrow. Make sure you join us then, and we'll see you at the next stream.
Going through changes, I'm turning the pages of my life. I don't know what the age is. I start sounding outrageous in your eyes. Is it the passing of the season, passing of the time? Looking for a reason and what you left behind. Searching for the answers, pulling on a string. You just let go of everything. Come see what tomorrow just might bring.
Cards, please. And then these will be the clubs against pocket jacks. We're going to be offering the races. 2 red jacks are all in against the ace queen club.
No self, no sense of direction. I was stepping on stages. I was high and contagious for your love. And the passing of the season, passing of the time, and looking for a reason and what you left behind. Searching for the answers, pulling all the strength. Yeah, I let go of everything. Come see what tomorrow just might bring. Outside the sound of thunder no love, that sound is my heart breaking. I'm going through changes. I'm rewriting the pages from my life. I don't know what the age is. I stopped looking outrageous in your eyes. Is it the passing of the season, passing of the time? Looking for a reason, what you left behind. Searching for answers, pulling on the string. Yeah, I let go of everything. Come see what tomorrow just might bring. Passing of the season, passing of the time. Looking for a reason and what you left behind. Searching for the answers, pulling on the string. Yeah, I let go of everything.
Flop is ace, ace, queen. Clean for JP's pocket tens. Rob needs to find a 7 for his tournament life. Betty, the turn. It's the 10 of spades sealing the deal. Folks, please give up your runner-up of the Natural8 Cup Championship Freezeout is Rob Halling. And give it up for your champion from New Zealand. It is JP Rounds.
Welcome Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Feel the liquor holding on to my breath, playing back every word that I said. I'm sitting in the dark, reminiscing on the two of us. I didn't think you'd leave, baby, I guess I was just thinking that wasn't my best. We had everything, it was gone before the summer started. Got the